put that on your trading view. If you're tired of marking out the orb, I built an indicator for you just to click, and it marks out the orb for you. Okay, so interestingly, the VIX is not moving, it's not budging, but we did gap up above that, above yesterday's close, and we're above that daily upside breaker. So this is a tiny gap. We will still monitor the BOG, TOG, right? But more interestingly, look at that daily upside breaker, guys. That daily upside breaker is essentially at the 50% point of the gap, right? Look at that, right at that 50% point. Okay. So my objective is coming into today, just slow down off the open, slow down, let things clear up, right? Don't get too excited. As much as I love trading, don't get too excited, and look for the best opportunity, the opportunities that are proven. Okay. We're coming to this daily upside breaker, 591.31, 50% retrace of the gap. We're having that instant reaction right away, right? Good morning everyone on YouTube. Let us know where you're joining from. Make sure to like the video, make sure to subscribe. We are live in the Discord. We are live on Google Meet as well. Keep in mind, YouTube does have a delay. So if you want to bypass that delay and access a ton of resources, make sure to click the link in the description, smartactiontrading.com, go to the community tab and join us. Okay, we have a new month upon us. It's going to be filled with opportunities, and I'll do the best I can to make sure everyone is in position to take advantage of the opportunities, has access to the resources, so we can have a great June. Okay, if you haven't traded the summer months before, it's a completely different animal. All right, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 trading is different. Month over month trading is different. Week over week trading is different. Session from session is different. All right, so it's not, the markets are not easy. So you have to have the right tools to take advantage of the opportunities. Okay, so initially we came with that daily upside breaker, 50% retrace, 591.28, comes into a bounces. That is a setup, but I just want to wait, let the price settle, let VIX make a directional choice. If we continue to push higher, we take out that pre-market high, guys. We have a nice runway there. We'll officially go 3 up. We'll officially go 3 up on the daily. Not on the daily, on the hourly. And then we have this zone to address. So nice little bounce there. Right, nice little bounce. Nice little bounce. We're right at that previous day close. Okay, previous day close, 591.15. Actually, 591.15 here. Entering the call off that bounce. Anyone take calls off that bounce? All right. What I'll probably do is I'll probably put together a lesson on how to trade the first 15 minutes. Okay, trading the first 15 minutes, that's the hardest. Trading the first 15 minutes and trading the last 15 minutes are basically identical. It's the hardest times in the market to trade. So you need a specific skill set, and the skill set is not strategy. The skill set is execution and being fast to enter, exit, time entries. It's more of management. It's an acceleration of good management. If you want to trade the first 15 minutes, you've seen me trade the first 2-3 minutes before, right? The kind of risk management that you need to have, the take profits you need to have. That bounce is actually beautiful. Now the question becomes: do we have enough momentum off of this bounce to break above that 562.09? Do we have enough momentum from here to push into that 562.09? Okay. 592.09 break can potentially play out, guys. 592.09 break can potentially play out. We need the VIX to continue to dump, break and hold. All right, let's see if we can get that break and hold. Aggressive. You can wait for the retest. You know the protocols, guys. Let me try to put the idea in the chat, but you know what I'm talking about. If it lines up with the things you're looking for, by all means, wait for it, take it. If it doesn't line up, take the rejection. I'm just trying to see if we can get that break through that 1895. So the first trade idea is in. First trade idea is in. Use confirmation, use confluence, and most of all, use proper risk management. Yesterday's idea was above that same level, right? Which led to that parabolic move. Parabolic move. Good morning, George. Good morning, Venkat. Good morning, everyone. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe, and make sure to tune into our NVIDIA earnings call at 5 p.m. NVIDIA earnings call at 5 p.m. We're moving about 43 cents per 5-minute candle. Right, 10 o'clock. We have a manufacturing index, orange folder event. See if I can front run it a little bit. Okay. Try to get that early entry, down 2%. For some reason, I'm in love with these early entries recently. Right, I want that continued weakness on the VIX. If we can get above that 592.09, that'd be great. Okay. See if we get a nice clean break above that. If you're waiting for the retest, wait for the retest. If you're waiting for the break and hold, wait for the break and hold. See how I want to see how that candle plays out. Okay, up 2%. See if we get that continued push. I want to continue to push some follow through. Some follow through. I like how the VIX is breaking here. Below that 1895. Okay. Some erratic candles here. But the thing is, these candles might seem erratic, but look at the ATR. 43 cents per 5 minutes. 43 cents per 5 minutes. So if the ATR was a little bit wider, these erratic candles would have came with a little bit more velocity. I'm gonna cut it there at 3%. So stopped out 3%. Don't like our initial interaction. I'll wait for the retest. If we get above it, then I'll react to it. So small stop out at 3%. If you took the break, maybe you're sitting in a little bit of drawdown, single digit drawdown. If you're waiting for the break and hold, it could potentially. Okay, I'm gonna retake it here. See if I can get filled. Okay, see if I can get filled. Okay. All right, filled. Okay, now we broke it. Now we're in action. Let's see if we get that continued acceleration. Okay, who took that? Who's in that? Up 4. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Take some off right there at 6. Take a little more off at 7. Filled at 8. Beautiful. Who's in that? Up 10. Up 11. I'm going to close it out right there at 12. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, there we go. That's your trade idea right there. Who took that? That's what I'm talking about, guys. So now we're above that 592.58, lined up beautifully with what do we say? 1895. 1895, we need that to start breaking. Starts breaking. Beautiful. Locked in at 12%. This thing continues to push. This thing continues to push. Make sure you're taking profits. All right, there we go. How are we looking, team? How are we looking? Right, so took it from here to there. If you're still in this, if you're still in runners, you need that hold above that 592.58. We talked about this runway. Okay, so that's why it's very important. You can't miss the pre-market program, guys. If you're tuning in on YouTube, you can't miss the pre-market program. Okay, it has that runway into that 592.58. We take it. So make sure you're taking profits. That break and hold played out. I'm up 6%, 3%, 21%. I took it 7.5%. Beautiful, guys. Beautiful job, guys. Again, the main thing is we cannot try to chase what we had yesterday. We cannot try to chase the 50% gains, the 60% gains, because you're going to let those double-digit gains fade away. We got to come back down to earth. All right, great job, Jorge. Great job, Jack. Great job, Jack. Okay. Good morning, Thesis. Good morning, Matt. Good morning, Lynn. Good morning, JB. Good morning, roll the dice on spy call. I'm holding. That was beautiful. Appreciate it, JB. In a runner. Great job, Thesis. Great job, JB. Very smooth. 3% took profit. Great job. Had a horrible entry. Still made profit. Great job, guys. The day is still young. We got a ton of time. So the main thing here, guys, is we want to identify, are we going to be trending or are we going to be consolidating? As of now, right, the market is showing its hand, right? The market is showing its hand and wants to just continue to push higher. If we refer back to our analysis, pre-market analysis, right, as far as the zones are concerned, we're right here. Okay, so if we can hold above that 592.24, 592.66, retest off of that on the next hour can be available, right? In translation, hold above that 592.58, runway into that 594.05. Personally, what I want to see is I want to see a continued extension. Okay, I want to see aggression, and then like that. Okay. So I don't want to play the breaks unless it's a break and hold. Keep in mind, stopped out 3% here, right? And re-engaged, reassessed. Okay. So very important to. This is the runway. The runway is right here. So once it comes to that 592.58, you got to take a majority of those contracts off. At peak, it was up 13%. based on my entry. If you took that first entry, that early entry, probably 20%. If you got a late entry, waited for this candle to close, maybe high single digits, low single digits. High single digits, low double digits. That doesn't make sense. High single digits, low single digits. Right, so we extract our profits. Let's see if this is a little downward compression bull flag possibly. Right. But the primary thing was that 1895. Out, book profits. Make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to like on YouTube. We got 52 people joining us this morning. If you're able to capitalize off this setup, this is just a small sample of what we do. Small sample of what we do every single day. Okay, so this is the one stream you can't afford to miss a single minute. All right, you cannot afford to miss a single minute. If you're really committed to the process, you want to join our community, the link is there. Okay, the link is there. And a call, great job, Mason. Strong bullish. Venkat out with call profit, book profit on call, runner and a runner as well. 595 and a day target, God willing. 595 potentially. I say potentially to anything. The reason why I say potentially is like when it gets there, we'll find out. We'll find out by the end of the day. But if you have an analysis of or quote unquote prediction of price getting to 595, map it out. What do I mean by map it out? What path is it going to take to get there? It's not going to just wake up at 595. It's not going to just gap up in the middle of the day and get to 595. What path is it going to take to get there? And if you can identify what path it takes to get there, and you can identify some key levels along that path, right, you can identify a pretty decent setup. So if you didn't take profits, you get everything back. So very important to take those profits. We're seeing a little tick back to the upside on the VIX. we're back at that pre-market high. If you took that 592.58 rejection, right, you're doing just as well. Okay, everything's based off of these key levels. This is our first interaction with this PMH after breaking it. So this is going to tell us a lot. Okay, is this level going to be respected or is it going to be rejected? Respected or rejected? So we made this pretty decent move into this level. Will this level be respected or rejected? Do we have too much selling pressure coming from here to counter the buyers that stepped in here? Or do we have enough buyers that step in here to counter that selling pressure we saw off that 592.58? More than likely, if we can't hold above it, VIX continues to tick higher, we're probably going to push a little bit lower. But this can be a retrace reject on the VIX off that 1895. Okay, 1895. Okay, so paying close attention to what takes place here. Paying close attention. Let me open up the chat on Discord so I can see exactly what you guys are saying. Orb, thank you for the reminder. Right. Thank you for the reminder, Thesis. Yes, orb is set. So the orb high is that 592.77. Orb low is that 591.30. So go download the, don't download, just go put this indicator on your chart. Consolidation that area, bolt upward after a few tests, my guess for the path. We'll see. 592 key level. Okay, we see how it feels about it, right? Where is this stemming from? If you're building that short bias, right? You have that 592.58 in the pre-market. We talked about, hey, if someone is going short, there's a double top potentially playing out here. It just depends on what your time horizon is. When I'm scalping, my time horizon is 1 to 5 minutes. If I extend my time horizon, or if you extend your time horizon with the further dated contracts, you can say, hey, you know what? We're in that 592.24, 592.66. We have a key level in there. Let me allocate some risk. Okay, we're coming into that orb. Very interesting here, guys. What interesting thing is we have the orb along with that daily upside breaker, and that was a nasty rejection. Nasty rejection. If the VIX can stay above that 1895, right? If it can stay above that 1895, reclaim it, continue to push higher, we can have an opportunity to the downside. Orb 591.30 break. If you're playing the break, that's the break, 591.30. If you're playing the break and hold, you have the it has to hold below it. If you're playing the retrace reject, pay close attention to that as well. The only thing you got to pay close attention to when you're playing this orb, if you're playing that break, is we have this daily close right here, previous day close. So that can cause a little bit of issues, but if you can slice right through that, you should be good to go. Slice right through that BOG, have a nice runway. So you have a couple of speed bumps, that might need to be addressed, right? Once you get below that 591.30. So be mindful of that. That's about a 30-cent runway, okay? 30-cent runway. But if the VIX has that continued strength, okay? If the VIX has that continued strength, it can play out. If the VIX starts rejecting off that 1895, right, this can just be a nice little grab. Now lower day, yesterday break. I must change my theory. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. We got 53 people joining us, so a lot of you are probably first-time viewers. If you're a first-time viewer, we go live every single day at 9 a.m. I host the most comprehensive pre-market program, followed by live trading options, SPY options. That is trading live zero DTEs, scalping, zero DTEs every single day. This is episode 55. Okay. Anyone take that orb? If you did take that orb, use that TOG as your risk. Okay, you can use the TOG as your risk. So what do I mean by that? Right there, it's about 19-cent risk. If you extend it out a little bit, 25-cent risk, right? So what you're betting on is we continue to decelerate. We get below that 591.15. We fill that gap and continue to push lower. Any strikers take the orb. If you did, it's paying off. Okay. End up 15%. Great job. Great job, Jack. I'll be there for the retrace reject. Retrace reject. Who took that orb? If you're trying to hold it, make sure it stays below that 591, 591.08. If you can stay below 591.08, watching 200 EMA bounce. That's looking strong too, JB. That 200 EMA is right there as well, guys. Retrace reject. We did fill that little baby gap that we had. If we have that continued strength, I'm taking that retrace reject back to the downside. 591 back to the downside. Let's see how that goes. Okay, I'm going to be patient here. Okay. So we can take the puts there. Okay. Playing that retrace reject, I'm going to use that TOG as my risk. All right, if we continue to expand after filling that gap, I'll dump it. Down 4, down 2. I'll give it about a 10% leash. See if we can go shooter. If we can go shooter here, I have a little bit of early entry. Right, that would be great. That's what I want. That's what I want. If it gets above that 591.39, 591.40, I'll probably cut this thing. All right. And the funny thing is, or the interesting thing is, the ATR is very tight, guys. 53 cents per 5-minute candle. So if you're wondering why you're not getting these big gains, is because even though we're moving nicely, right, we're not moving in large. We're not moving in large quantity. Like the ATR is very tight. So it's a small point-to-point gain. If we can go shooter here, go to the downside, that'd be great. The only issue is the VIX is starting to reject here. So this can be invalidated fairly quickly. So I need this thing to start dumping here. See if we can start dumping. Okay. Okay. Contracts are moving a little slow today because of ATR. Okay, I'm gonna take some off right there. 6. Okay. Down to runner. See if that continued dump into those lows. If not, I'll close it. Took some off at 6. Okay. So there's that retrace reject. Down to runner. So the next candle that opens up, I want it to immediately get below that 591.08. If it can do that, that would be great. See if we can take out these lows. Who's in the retrace reject? If you're in the retrace reject, let's get a teardrop. Teardrop into those lows. Up 7. Continued strength on the VIX would be great. We want that. See if we can take out those lows. Stay below that 591.08. Beautiful. I'm gonna take some off right there. Close it out there. Okay. I'm gonna close it out right there. At 8. Right. It can still go into these lows. It can still go into these lows. If it breaks below those lows, then I'll address it again. But the fact that we're at that BOG gave me a little concern. So I just want to lock in some profit there. Just lock in some profit. Still has some room, but we tend to bounce off BOGs. Okay, so a little single-digit scalp. I'll take it. On the 5-minute, we are closing below that daily upside breaker. How are we looking, guys? Anyone take that? Wednesdays have been bad. Yeah, that's great. Great great self-awareness, JB. My worst day used to be Fridays. Fridays were, I don't know, for some reason Fridays it was a hit or a miss. It was either I did really well or terrible. when I'm talking terrible, I'm talking like giving up all the profits for the week, right? So it's either I'll double the profits or I'll give up everything. So that's why I have these protocols in place, guys. I have these protocols in place. If you're still in this thing, if you can hold it below that 591.08, right, you have room to the downside, right? Textbook retrace reject setup, right? Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. We got 55 people, close to 60 people joining us today. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. If you're a long-time viewer, June is around the corner. You can't afford to miss these kind of opportunities in our community. Okay, we have a ton of traders making the commitment and seeing progress. VIX bouncing. He bounced off those a bounce now is back in that zone that we talked about, right, guys? That zone. And you want to take that orb. Good morning, Amy. Book profits on put, hold, and runner. Great job, Vinkat. So the 2 trade ideas so far, both worked out beautifully. All right, if you're still in runners, as long as it doesn't violate this 591.31, right, you can use that as a break-even point. But I highly advise, just locking in those profits. It's impossible to be profitable if you're not taking profits. Okay? We like to say, it's either you take the profits, right? It's either you take the profits or the market will take the profits. Look at that dump. Could have held a little bit. Look at that dump. That's the retrace reject. Uh, 10 o'clock. Be very careful. 10 o'clock. Richmond Manufacturing Index. Orange folder event. Okay, orange folder event. I highly advise against holding a full position into an orange folder event or a red folder event. VIX continues to tick higher. Retrace into that 591.08 can potentially present another opportunity, but the only thing that's determined from taking that is orange folder event. That's upon us. How are we doing on the VWAP? Okay, we're below both VWAPs. Make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. Let us know where you're joining from. Let us know where you're joining from. If you took any trades so far. Who has any NVIDIA trades they're looking to take today? Anyone trading NVIDIA today? Be very careful trading NVIDIA today. So we took 2 trades so far up until this point. If you're joining us, took calls here. Nice gain. Members profited off that. Took puts here. Retrace reject. Textbook setup. Some people took the orb. I took the retrace reject off the orb to the downside. And the trade idea continues to pay the trader who's still in it. But we're about 1 minute away from the orange folder catalyst. 1 minute away. Let me open up the shorts chat. If you're on shorts, you have access to the full screen live stream as well. Okay? Hop over to the other live stream. If you want to see the full screen. How are we looking, guys? So, manufacturing index, let the data drop, let the market digest. Okay, take profits where you need to. We fill that baby gap that we saw. So up until this point, these are the 3 trades that really played out. The best trade was that rejection off that 592.58. Right behind that was the break above 592.09 and that retrace reject. So out of the 3 best opportunities, we're able to capitalize on 2 of them. Piano keys here. So 10 o'clock. Under 200 EMA SPY. I was a second late on that 588 put. Right, piano keys here. The intraday thing we're paying attention to is here, guys. Remember, we talked about it in the pre-market. So make sure to tune into the pre-market on YouTube. Pre-market is critical. Okay. Now it looks like a double top, of course. In hindsight, everything makes sense. So what they really did here is they grabbed these highs, use that as liquidity. Grab them, grab all the potential positions that are trying to go long here, grab them, drag them all the way down here. They have to cover, they have to exit or try to cover, and now it's dragging it all the way back to the downside. If we do this liquidity grab type of activity, right? 589.51 lines up nicely with that 20. Okay. So we'll address that when we get there. We have room at that 585. 590, not 585, 590. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. We got 60 people in the chat joining us on the check-in. 2 trades already. Unusual for me. Orb classic breakout. And then breakout again off the other side. Also got my rubber band breakout on that 5. Green Day. Awesome job, retired Fido. Awesome job. Anyone else? Anyone else take any trades up until this point? Strikers. Anyone take any trades? I know Jack took a couple of trades. I did the put. I'm out now 14%. Great job, Jorge. So great job, Jorge. Great job, great job, great job. So the objective becomes, guys, now don't give back those profits. All right, some of you have the hot hand. Okay, have the hot hand. 40% gains, 20% gains, 15% gains, right? And every single one of those gains you earned and you deserve. Okay, but don't give them up. Don't give them up easily. It's not how much you make. It's how much you walk away with. Okay, it's not how much you walk away with. Okay, it's about realized, not unrealized. All right, so very important for us to understand that. Anyone else? Anyone else take any positions? So price action starting to get a little ugly here. One trade, 5%. Great job, Carlos. Just took the 2 you took the orb, was late. Great job, Thesis. But the contracts weren't moving as with the fluidity I was looking for. Right? Again, we know why. We know exactly why. That's why it's so important to have all these measures in place so you can diagnose what the issue is. Right? It's one thing to be able to identify the problem. It's another thing to know exactly what's causing the problem. Okay? All right, so again, we had that nice push to the upside, came with that 592.58, dumped this thing. After I saw this dump, right, there was nothing for me to really do unless I'm taking that breakdown of that 592.09, and just to get a little crumb, just to get a little piece, took that retrace reject right off of it. Price action, this territory is ugly. If you're able to sit through this and deal with the drama with some runners, okay, use if you want to hold those runners until break even, by all means do what you want to do, but don't let those runners go to negative. Okay, don't let them go negative. That's a really, really bad habit, going from green to red. Okay, so don't let those things happen. What I do see here potentially transpiring, right? Kind of accumulation. That's that first leg, not the cleanest accumulation. Let's see if we can throw some moving averages there if anything lines up. Where's my handy dandy 50? Where's my 50? 9 is nice. And keep in mind, guys, you have to be able to do moving average math. Okay? Moving average math. So this is another concept that people don't talk about. What's moving average math? Okay, let's do it real quick. The 9 EMA, okay, on the 5-minute time frame. If you translate that to the 1-minute time frame, what will the EMA be? Someone answer that in the chat. So let me ask it again. The 9 EMA on the 5-minute time frame, if you translate it, nice breakdown there. If you translate it to the 1-minute time frame, what EMA would it be? Because the 9 on the 1 and the 9 on the 5 are not the same EMA. Okay, what EMA will that be? Inverse me, free. Inverse Nick. No trades yet. Book profit on put. Okay, so answer that in the chat. Let's do some EMA math. Okay. 2, nope. So it's simple math. 20, nope. The 9 EMA on the 5 is the 45 EMA on the 1. Why? 50, exactly. It's close to the 50. Right, 45 to be exact. So someone try to figure this out. Why is the 9 EMA on the 5 a 45 EMA on the 1? Okay, so EMA math, very important for you to understand what each EMA is. Higher time frame, lower time frame. Okay, why do I like the 50? Now I pay attention to the 1. Why do I like the 50? The 50 lines up with a strong 5-minute trend, the 9 on the 5. Or close to the 9 on the 5. Okay? There you go. Exactly. 9 times 5 equals 45. Exactly. You guys got it. All right? So that's why. So that's why I like the 50. Because the 5, I'm using the 5 to kind of gauge, get a feel. I'm using the 1 for overall who's in charge. Right? So that 50 on the 1 minute is very similar, or it's in close proximity to the 9 on the 5, or anywhere from the 9 on the 5. It depends if you use the 8, depending if you use the 11. So it's a rough estimate. Okay. So if you translate, this is why indicators, if you don't understand how indicators are generated, right, you're not going to really know what to do with them. You need to, I know we're not interested in the calculations. We just want to know how to make money. We just want to know when to buy, when to sell. Right? But if you really want to treat this as a profession, you need to understand how these indicators work. What is the calculation behind the indicator? What is the calculation behind the MACD? You don't need to be able to calculate it on your own, but you need to understand what variables it's using. Okay, what variables is it using? Right. What it boils down to, what you realize is everything is using price. Okay, so what it boils down to is everything is using price. So to me, the most important thing is price action and key levels. Everything else is just confirmation. Because someone can be looking at the 9 on the 1, someone can be looking at the 9 on the 15. Okay, let's do another exercise. The 15 the 15 EMA, the 9 EMA on the 15-minute time frame. Okay. What EMA is that on the 1-minute time frame? Or what EMA will that be on the 1-minute time frame? Same thing. So now expand it to the 15. All right, price action here is ugly. So start doing these exercises, guys. Try to get an understanding of how these things originate. Ask yourself, why am I trading the 9? What's so significant about the 9? Why the 9? Why is the 200 important? Why is it 50? You just can't just slap things on your chart because someone else did it and not know what the why it's there. Why is the 9, 20, 50, 200, 100 important? Why those moving now? Why isn't the 17 EMA, the 13 EMA, the 250 EMA, the 37 EMA, the 87 EMA? Why aren't those used, but the 9, 20, 50, 100, 200 are quote unquote the standard? Okay? What you realize is any EMA you put on a chart works. Okay? You'll understand it. Go do some back testing. Any EMA you throw on the chart works. The reason is because at some point in time, price has to cross over and get below it. So just because something crosses, it doesn't mean it can give you an overall sense or give you a better idea of the bigger picture. Just because something crosses here and crosses there, it doesn't necessarily mean enter. Okay? If you throw an EMA on the chart, let's do this. Just for fun. Okay? Someone in the chat, give me a random EMA. Give me a random number. Give me a random number. Okay, if you're still in the puts, great job. If you're trying to chase it, don't chase those tails. Okay, don't chase the bottom into lower lows. Someone give me a random number in the chat. Random number. I want to just prove something to you. I'm just doing it because someone else did. I have no idea. Psychological indicator. Seeing numerous rejection after 200 EMA. Almost bought that very first retest in the beginning of that collapse. Okay, 17. Someone said 17. Okay, 17. Okay, 17 EMA. Why not? Right? New strategy. 17 EMA, guys. Oh, look. There's a setup right there. 17 EMA. 17 EMA rejection. 17 EMA rejection. 17 EMA rejection. 17. So any EMA you put on the chart, eventually, through confirmation bias, will work. Okay? So it's not to invalidate EMAs. I use EMAs too, guys. It's not to invalidate EMAs, but it's just to prove to you that you need to have a pretty solid understanding of what you're slapping on your chart and how to use what you're putting on your chart. Took 7% on the put, tried to hold as long as I could. Great job locking in some profits, okay? So very important to understand that before you start slapping things on your chart and back testing, try to understand the origination behind it. And if the standard levels are 9, 20, 50, 200, who sets the standard? 51st date is here. 51st date is here, so let's try 51. 51. That's going to be similar to the 50. George, a lot of traders like fib numbers for 8 EMA and 13 EMA, for example. So now the thing, if you can use EMAs in conjunction with something else, confluence. So EMA plus X equals confluence. Confluence equals higher probability. Right? So every EMA at some point in time, price is going to address and it's going to have a reaction off of it. So how do you build an edge off that EMA? And what is the origination of EMAs? They are trend indicators. You need to know the difference between trend indicators and reversal indicators. Trend indicators. So if the EMAs are doing X, they're showing a profile of an uptrend or a downtrend, that's when you use the EMAs. right? Just taught me something new. Thank you, 1730. Absolutely, guys. So if you're still in the puts, great job. Price action is starting to look ugly, but again, we are grinding lower. We had a breakdown there. We're probably seeking that 590. 590 psychological level needs to be addressed. So if you're trying to go short, price action is not clean. VIX is kind of back in this territory we talked about here. Right? Anytime it's in this range here, we're not going to touch it. If it expands out, we take it. If it expands back in, we take it. If it expands back to the upside, we take it. But anything inside, if you're already in position, right, we're not going to mess with it too much. So if you're joining us, we took 2 trades. Both trades worked in our favor. We had a we had the Richmond Manufacturing Index that dropped at 10 o'clock. Right, orange folder, but we still want to be aware of it. Not a significant reaction, but we continue to resume the downside sell-off. Okay, and now we're heading into that 590. Anyone still in those puts? If you're still in those puts, great job. What is a good exit on these puts? I'm trying to get a good runner for today. A good exit on these puts. Do you want to be stopped out at the exit, or do you want to have a certain take profit? That's the question. If you want to just trail it, if you want to use a trailing stop, use the 9 or use the 50. Right, just make sure you're taking profits though. Okay, we can get some friction at this 590. Buyers might step in at this 590. If they don't step in, if we slice right through it, guess what? We can drop into this PML 589.48. What's your percentage gain up until this point? Jack. So again, guys, everyone on YouTube, make sure to join the Discord. May offer $34.99 a month. Prices will continue to increase. As they increase, whatever price you pay when you do join, that's the price you're gonna pay. No matter what I add, no matter what service I add to it, no matter what features the Discord gets, you'll have access to the full features. Okay, that's the least I can do for the people who've supported the channel from the very beginning and the people who are supporting the channel early on. And this is pretty early, okay, guys? So make sure to take advantage of that. We have a ton of things coming down the pipe. Okay, I'm doing a little more research on funded accounts. All right, and seeing how we can leverage those. Not going away from options. Options is the bread and butter. SPY is the bread and butter. But maybe having a tab in our Discord for people to explore funded accounts and futures trading, right? During pre-market or during post-market, seeing if we can take advantage of that. The beautiful thing is the price action, everything else, that's what leads. These levels, they're applicable anywhere. So if there's an instrument we can take advantage of as a community, and it provides an opportunity for us, why not? All it takes is just having another screen right here and clicking buy and sell. Okay, that's all it really takes. All it takes is me putting up another screen on this left-hand side and buy and sell. So buy, sell the option, buy, sell the futures. So again, we have a ton of things coming down the pipe. With every feature that gets added, right, the price has to increase as well. So for the ones who joined in May, for the ones who joined in April, that's the price you pay. Okay, that's the price you pay. Up 20% hold to see if I can still dump it to that trail stop. Okay, just manage it accordingly, Jack. 51st date, I've noticed is that the 9 EMA at the 3-minute and the 20 on the 5-minute time frame give a good idea of the short-term trend. Yeah, I can. Absolutely. 0 DTEs. Yep, we trade 0 DTEs. So that's the whole point of SPY strikers. Okay, SPY strikers is one ticker. We focus on SPY. 1 hour trading. So I provide the community a trade idea for 1 hour trading. I don't need you to be in the charts for 15 hours. I don't need you to be trading pre-market. I don't need you to be trading New York session. I don't need you to stay a little longer. trade the Sydney session and then trade the London session and the Asian session. No, it's 1 hour. Right. So that's the whole premise behind SPY Strikers. Right, to cultivate a community of great traders and to have the most profitable community. It's going to be measured by each trader being profitable. That's my focus. Each of the traders, each of the members. So we came back at that 9. Speaking of the 9, nice rejection off that 9. Lots of traders. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, most of the stuff we do because someone else told us to, right? So Matt, you're completely right. 90% of the things human beings do is because someone told them to do it. They don't even know why. they're doing it. It's just because if you're not doing it, you stand out. When you stand out, naturally people don't like to stand out, right? The way our brain is wired, we want to fit in. We want to fit in, right? It's just a survival mechanism. So it's okay. We just like to, comply. Right? And just fit in. If it breaks at 590, nice downside slide. Do you trade? Yep. So again, guys, if you have any questions about the community, questions about how we do things, we got 53 people in here. Let's get 53 people to like the video. Let's get 53 people to subscribe. We can easily get to 2K. All right. If you're a first-time viewer, hang around for a bit. Right. Go check out some of the other videos on the channel. If you're a long-time viewer, if you've been watching throughout May, if you've been popping in and out, right, take the next step, invest in yourself, and join the community. We have a ton of people in there. Okay. Ton of awesome traders in there. See? Awesome traders. So that 590 comes into that 590. Initial reaction, we have bounced out that 590. So first shift again coming into today. My objective is to reduce the frequency of my frequency, the amount of trades I'm taking. So first shift is about 7 minutes out. That'll probably be the only 2 trades I'll take during first shift. And then going into second shift, I'll assess and see what opportunities present themselves. YouTube never bought your stream up before, first time viewer. Yep, every day, guys. Every day, live show. Comprehensive pre-market program, 9 a.m. Eastern, followed by live trading. Okay, so live trading until 1 p.m. And also, YouTube does have a 20, 30, 35-second delay. YouTube does have ads. So our community members have access to this screen, and they have the video stream without any delays, without any ads, right, to get those trade ideas right away. And we're also live on Discord audio as well. So make sure to 20% hold to see if it still dumps a trail stop. That 590 is giving it a little hard time, Jack. Anyone take that 590 bounce? High risk bounce off that 590. How are we looking, guys? We're heading into the close of first shift. The close of first shift. Okay, again, start making the assessment. How did you do? We know the protocols. So the way, the framework I use to trade, guys, is I treat every hour like a shift. Our community members, by now, that's how they see the market now. Okay, that's the way you want to break it down. So every hour is broken to a shift. First shift is 9:30 to 10:30, and you want to make notes on what you did during that shift before you go into the second shift, before you take any trades during the second shift. Okay, so we're about 5 minutes out. Do you stream every day? Yeah, every day. Thank you for your explanation. What is your name? My name is George. 2 trades, 2 bad entries, chilling now. Great job, Censure. My time was off. So that's great. Okay, so make those notes. Regardless of the results, regardless of the P&L, you have to make these notes. I don't care if you're up 1,000%. Okay, you still have to do the same thing. You can't accept something in a win that you don't accept in a loss. So you try to keep it as consistent as possible. All right, so that's the protocol we follow. And some of these protocols might seem ridiculous. They might seem like they don't mean much. But I promise you, over time, when you start thinking like this, you're protecting yourself from really collapsing. You're protecting yourself. You're checking your energy. You're checking your temperature. You're checking your mental capital, and you're compartmentalizing. It's very easy for traders to spin out of control. Okay, it's just 1 or 2 trades, 1 or 2 bad decisions away from completely spinning out of control. And once you're spinning out of control, there's nothing anyone can do, or there's nothing anyone can say to stop you until you crash and burn. Right, and that's the honest truth. Okay, so very important to understand. We put these protocols in place. We have guardrails all over everywhere. Right, to avoid getting there. Okay, and if you've been trading for long enough, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, you get fixated on something working, you start spinning, you start oversizing, and now you don't even know how many trades you took. Everything goes out the window. All right, so very, very important to do the check, to do the accountability check. If you're a first-time viewer, let me know what you typed. So, Red Kyle, you said this is the first you just subscribed and YouTube brought up the stream. What did you type in the chat? What did you type in the YouTube search bar to find it? Right. So, with YouTube, the algorithm is hit or miss. The algorithm is hit or miss. Sometimes you get a ton of views. Sometimes you get little views. It just is hit or miss. So if you're playing the game of trying to get the most amount of views, you're playing a tough game. Okay, so the way I approach it is provide as much value as possible and let the algorithm do what it wants. That's it. But eventually when people do see this kind of content, it's going to really change their trading and eventually will change their life. I love to use the VIX. I haven't seen anyone using the VIX. I have the VIX on my side. Yeah, absolutely. We use the VIX every minute by minute. Monwan, do you take the trades? Yeah, I took 2 trades. What wasn't searching, just followed a bunch of trading prep videos in the morning, and first time it brought yours into my feed. Okay, awesome. Awesome. So again, guys, make sure to like the video, make sure to subscribe. First shift in the books. Okay, first shift, again, note how many trades did you take, how did you do, right? How many trades did you take, how did you do? Were you red, were you green, were you yellow? That's the spectrum we use. What trades did you take? Why did you take those trades? Did they follow your setups? And where did you take those trades? So for me, took 2 trade ideas. Both trade ideas worked in my favor, but took 3 trades. Initially, this trade here that I did take, I'd had that early entry, got stopped out 3% and re-engaged, right? So why did I take it, right? I saw the VIX completely collapsing below that 1895. In conjunction, SPY was breaking above that 592.09. This should be PMH, not PML. And then boom. Second trade, retrace reject. Saw a textbook price action combination that could potentially work in my favor. After seeing an aggressive sell-off of that 592.58, worked out, continues to push to the downside. So do the same thing, guys. In the chat, let me know how many trades did you take and what was your results. Green means you were profitable. Red means you're in drawdown. Yellow means you're break even or no trades. Okay, so let me know in the chat on YouTube. Let me know in the chat everywhere else. I stopped out with 10% profit. The highest I saw was 25%. Should have took it at 25, but now I look at it, I should have held. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of shoulda, Jack. Right? We're not gonna. Once we realize that we're not gonna manage a trade perfectly, we're gonna have to give something up at some point. We just have to live with it, right? But 10% is really good. 10% is really good because as we're coming into this 590, that's another level the bulls want to step in to protect. Light red on the day, small loss, and late entries. Slayer, so light red is not bad. Something very easy to recover from. If we break below this 590, we have room to this 589.48. How are we looking on the Discord, guys? Trades, SPY calls. I hate this type of action. Yeah, especially here. Dr. Jones, like this, from 957. Let's just say this, from 953, after that retrace reject, this is ugly action. Okay, so first shift is behind us, guys. Primary thing I want to pay attention to is, does this turn into a bounce, or do we break down, retrace, reject? If we do, if we take out that PML, okay, there's a good chance we can bounce off that. If we don't respect it, retrace, reject. Respect it or reject it. I hate this kind of action. I walked away for like 15 minutes. I guess I missed nothing, and you didn't miss much. The only thing I can really see is this 590. If it can hold, potential 590 bounce. Right? It has no confluence. If you want to use that PML, it's about a 56 cent buffer. Right? VIX is pushing higher, so if it breaks it down, I have that runway. If we want to play the better runway, is that between that 589.48 and that 587.86. That would be the cleaner runway. But granted, we got to get below 590. We got to get below 589.48, and the VIX needs to continue to accelerate and hold above these highs. Okay, if we can do that, we have a good chance of taking advantage of that. Took one trade today, call similar to your entry, then did not have enough balls to short, so I took 11% on that one trade. I'm very inclined to go away. Thanks for your guidance. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. Absolutely. Absolutely. Right. I'll even say this. Trading is not a sprint. Trading is not a marathon. Trading is a decathlon. Because you got to do a bunch of different things. It's not just running. Okay, marathon, you're just running. Trading, I mean, decathlon, you're running, you're swimming, you're riding a bike, and you're doing a bunch of different things. So it's truly a decathlon, right? To add layer to your analogy, Artem. So trading is a decathlon. No clear trades for me. Chop down. Yeah, that was ugly action. So second shift 590, 589.48. Want to monitor that interaction. If it gives us a big old cup and handle, that would be okay. It doesn't look to be flattening out. It does look to be flattening out at that 590. Yeah, I just don't like the price action. I don't like the price action. I want this thing to clear up. If we can come into that 589.51, that would be great. That lines up with the pre-market low. That pre-market low 589.51 or 40.48 to be exact. Which one is it? Yeah, 48. So that should be 48. So if you have any questions, drop in the chat, guys, on YouTube. Make sure to like the video. Let's get 50 likes. 50 likes. We had over 60 people join us today. We should easily have over 50 likes. And NVIDIA live stream 5 p.m. What I like is here. If I'm gonna go long, if we break below that 590, I can give this about 60 cent risk. Potentially back at the VWAP, right? Probably won't even hold it that long, but just a break above that. So that's what I'm looking at. So break down to that 590. 590 can also bounce, right? But I wanted to come dump a little bit more. So that'll be my second setup. What a change in the mood. We had nice price action here and then just grind lower. If we're going to pursue that 589.48, VIX has continued strong, retrace, reject off that 590. Okay? We know we're going to have to make some sort of move, a decisive move off this 590. It's just now trying to be directionally right. On the 5 minute, we continue to sell. On the hourly, we went 3-2 reversal. Let's get a check on the likes. Anyone take that 590 breakdown? Oh, look at that. Look at that breakdown. Beautiful breakdown there. Beautiful breakdown. $27 likes, guys. 27 likes. We have 50 plus people, 27 likes. So make sure to click the like button. All right. Make sure to click the like button. So posted if there's a high risk idea, right? Post it in the trade ideas in the Discord. High risk idea, right? Use confirmation. If you do use it, I'll be taking it. If we slice right through that level, the way I'm going to approach it is a reclaim. Looks like it's taken off. Came right into that level. So eventually it's going to address this downward compression. The downward compression eventually is going to address it. Crazy breakdown. Yeah, that was a pretty significant breakdown. That VIX is on a roar. VIX is roaring. Right, if VIX continues to show strength, that might invalidate that trade idea. So it's tentative. Right, we do have that runway there. If you got an early entry off of that, about 3 cents, 3 cent early entry, you're probably in profit already, so just make the proper, manage it accordingly. Finally exit out of the puts from earlier. Great job, MJM family. So you took that breakdown here, retrace, reject, great job. Out on puts, regain some, great job, Censure. Great job, Elaine. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Let's get 50 likes. 50 likes. Who took that idea? If we can get above 590, this thing can start rocking and rolling. This thing can start rocking and rolling. All right. Can start rocking and rolling. If you're taking these ideas, guys, on YouTube, you're a first-time viewer, right? You made money before even joining the Discord. So now invest in yourself, access the resources to sustain the things you're making. Anyone catch that? That bounce right there. I might play that 590 reclaim. See if we can slow down a bit. The way I'm going to approach that 590 reclaim. Use a PML, 50 cent risk. It was too quick, yeah. So that retest off that 590, this zone right here, we come back into it a little bit, could potentially break. If the VIX continues to dump, this thing can break. This thing can break. Why is my arrow not working? This thing can break. So if it doesn't act as resistance, this thing can go. See if we can come a little lower. VIX is dumping aggressively. I'm gonna take it there. At 590. Trying to line it up with the dump of the VIX. So preferably I want price to stay above at 590. If you can stay above that 590, stay above that 589 and some change, I'll give it about a 10% runway or 10% leash. See if we can hammer off of that. That would be great. If not, I'll just cut this thing down 6, 7. I'm gonna cut right there at 6. If it reclaims it, I'll re-engage. So cut that right there at 6. Right. Trying to pursue that hold of that 590 and continue to push higher into that break. If it can hold above it, if it shows some sort of price action combination, I can re-engage. So I'm always willing to get stopped out, single digits, and re-engage. Right now the VIX is kind of turning back to the upside. All right, so it looks like this is turning out to be some resistance there. If it can wick out, that would be encouraging. But the way that 5 minute candle is looking, doesn't look too pretty. Doesn't look too pretty. So stopped out here. 6-7%. So if you're going to be wrong, be quick to be wrong. Don't wait around. Okay, again, 590. Paying close attention to that 590. The next move in either direction is going to be associated. So an hour from now, we're going to look back at that 590 and say, hey, we're here because of what happened at the 590. Call on the bounce. Great job if you caught the calls here. Great job. The primary thing for us, for our Discord and our community, the way we do things is, guys, we have to be excellent risk managers. I keep my stops very, very tight. Okay, very tight. 15% max. And take profits as well. Taking profits and managing risk. Most important things. If we can reclaim 590, that would be encouraging. We just need a little bit of a weakness in coming on the VIX. So good morning everyone. If you're just joining us, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. We are Live Trading SPY. Live Trading SPY, using options to take advantage of some of the action that we're seeing on SPY. To kick things off, SPY initially had some strength, had a little gap up at the open, opened up above previous day's highs. Got above this key level here. We took one trade. We took a trade idea there, and then we rejected off of that 592.58. Once we couldn't hold above that 592.09, continued to sell off. We got below daily upside breaker, and now we're all the way here. I think this is the second time where we took out the pre-market high and pre-market low simultaneously on the second day, if I'm not mistaken. So as we come into these lows here, okay, so if you're gonna short the break, the question is, in retail terms, are you comfortable with shorting a double bottom? All right. Are you comfortable in shorting a double bottom? If you are, what measures do you have in place to ensure that it doesn't turn into a double bottom? Okay. Okay, got that buy block there. See if we can get some sustained momentum. Sustained momentum. Price action has been ugly for the past, I'd say 45 minutes or so. Light on the day is too quick for me. Anyone looking at the 590 break strikers? Or you guys are waiting for that breakdown? So stopped out here. Stopped out there. So critical point between these two levels, right? Starting to chop between that 590, 589.48. We're moving 54 cents per 5-minute candle. If we hop over real quick to NVIDIA, what's our friend NVIDIA doing? NVIDIA dumped off that rejection off that 136.77, got as high as that. It's sitting right at the 20s. If you're looking to NVIDIA, if anyone is trading NVIDIA today, let me know what the IV is. IV, go take a look at NVIDIA and take a look at the IV. Let me know in the chat. The IV is more than likely above 100%. Right, the IV. Actually, I'll check it myself. Okay, there you go, 114. 114. So think of it like this. The contracts have been marked up by 114%. Marked up. If you're a first-time viewer, make sure to subscribe. Let us know where you're joining from. And do me a favor, guys. Do me a huge favor. Let me know how you found the stream. Let me know how you found the stream. Right. Was it recommended to you by the algo? Was it something you typed in the search bar? Right. I'm constantly looking to optimize the stream so we can get as many traders involved as possible. Right. We can get as many traders involved and help them become profitable as well. Okay. That's the objective, to have the most profitable trading community on YouTube, to have the most profitable trading community, private community as well. That's the objective. We're up against a lot, but it's possible. It's possible. Okay, if the VIX can sustain the weakness there at 590. That 590 reclaim looks interesting. So it's either a breaks down or reclaims. That 590 reclaim looks interesting. And that 590 reclaim looks interesting to me. Why? Because if we do break out of this downward compression, right, that can lead to a pretty decent move to the upside. Okay, we're right at that level there. Starting to break down here to back to the downside. VIX is taking back the upside. So we need to get out of this range, the 590, 589.48 range. It came right into this level. I wasn't quick enough. High risk bounce. If you give it about a 40-cent wiggle room, the price action is just ugly. Price action is just ugly. We're only moving 54 cents per 5-minute candle. So I wasn't able to catch it here. If we can come back a little lower, right, and then reclaim it, I'll address it. Into that 590 and into a potential break. So trying to counter the trend. VIX continues to show strength, guys. So if you're shorting this, if you took that breakdown to the downside, use that 589.48 as a good measure. See if I can take it there. Okay, filled. Didn't get the best entry, but we'll work with it. So in this case, I want price to stay above the 589.38. Right, about a 10% leash on this. See if we get an explosive reaction back to the upside. Okay. Explosive reaction. I want buyers to step in. Right. I want buyers to step in decisively. Preferably no closes below that 589.48 on the 5-minute. If you did take this, manage accordingly. If you have a better entry, right, better price on those contracts, manage accordingly. Okay. See if we can reclaim that 589.69. That 589.68, 69 is giving us a little bit of a hard time. I want the VIX to start dumping. If the VIX can start dumping, look where we are on the hourly. On the hourly, we're essentially retesting that 20 EMA on the hourly. All right. So see if buyers want to step in here. So I want us to get above that 569.68, then that 582, 589.82, then eventually work our way into 590. Let's see if we can create some separation here. Create some separation. Anyone want to take this one? Right, high risk, so you're not missing much. But if you're feeling a little risky. So I want the 5 to hold above that 589.48. I want it to continuously wick. When it comes into it, I want it to continuously wick. So I'm paying close attention to that 5. I don't want a clean 5-minute close below it. We have about 30 seconds left on this candle. Because if it does, if it doesn't respect it, then more than likely retrace, it's going to break below it, hold below it, retrace, reject, and it has this runway to address. So I don't want to be involved in that. So I have to be very, very cautious in understanding what I'm up against. I'm going to cut it right there. I'm going to cut it right there. Okay, don't like that last candle at 6%. Cut it right there at 6. That bounce didn't work. Now that we're below this, see if we can get a retrace reject. Okay, look at that 5-minute. We got that close below it on the 5. See if we can get a retrace reject if we can stay below it. So stopped out here. Stopped out here. Stopped out here at 6. Just shook me up. If we can reclaim it, maybe. Right, if you're still in it, there was a 50-cent risk. So if I put this thing back on, 50-cent risk is all the way up to here. right? Top 10 commercials of all time. Let me see which commercial that is. 100%. I calculated how 5%, 10%, and 20% add up over time. Wow. So look at that, guys. Thank you for the. Do you mind sharing that spreadsheet? So small gains, or yeah, you got the screenshot there. Small gains over time. Look at that, guys. Right? Beautiful. I'm telling you guys, that's how numbers work. Compound interest is a real thing. Right? When you talk about compound interest, don't focus on the interest. Focus on the compounding. Okay, the interest is the interest. The return is a return. Just focus on the actual compounding. Okay, let the compound effect take charge. At 590, reach the 585, 90 puts are looking good if we can hold below that 589.48. Right. The only thing that's really deterring me is the 20. If you did play that breakdown, retrace, reject right there, but look at this. I just don't like the way the candles are looking. Right. So try to take that bounce, stop at 6%. Try to take that bounce there, stop at 6%. Give you a little breakdown. We do have that runway there. See if we can come back to it. If we can come back to it, show weakness, I'll take it to the downside. Okay, see if I can take the puts there. Okay. All right, so now, see if we get that downside slide. Downside slide. So stopped out 6, trying to go long. And again, worst case scenario in this situation, you just get stopped out. Level 2 starting to speed up. Beautiful breakdown here. If you did take this, manage accordingly, take profits where you need to. See if you get that continue to push lower. Right? VIX is starting to tick higher, up 4%. Again, the gains are very small today because of the ATR. Right? It's not moving. It looks like it's moving on the chart, but these are actually they're small point gains because we're trading in a tight range. Okay. So in this case, I'll use that 9 as a trail. We'll have this nice little runway. As long as the VIX has strength. See if I can get double digits on this push lower. In this case, I don't want price to reclaim that 589.48. Right? Knowing that we're in this dangerous territory where we can bounce 588.80 and 589.25. I'll see if I can use that 9 in my favor and use that 589.48 as a key level in the sand. So the key level line in the sand. So I don't want price to reclaim that. So we have a new hourly candle, guys. New hourly candle. If we take out these lows, we will be directional on the hour. We'll be directional on the hour. So I did see like 4 or 5%. See if we get that continued slide. If we take out that 589.21, we will be directional on the hour. If we take out that 589.48, right, my idea will probably be invalidated. Okay. See if that's just a retrace reject. So price action is very ugly. I don't want to hold above that 589.48. I'm gonna cut it there at 5%. So when I'm trying to go short, it goes the opposite way. When I'm trying to go long, it goes the opposite way. Okay, so if you're playing that reclaim, probably work in your favor here. It looks like this thing wants to take off. So stop that again. So all single digit stop outs. Did have a 4 or 5% take profit opportunity, but nothing too clean. Right. So that reclaim, and the VIX is dropped. The VIX is dropped. See if you can pull back a little bit. Okay, just a little bit. Right, so that reclaim played out. Anyone take that reclaim, that bounce? So we'll go over the sheet. Appreciated A. Did you just join the Discord recently, A? Again, guys, make sure to join the Discord. I'm done for the day. One trade 17%, the other 10. I also posted the chat have 5%, 10%, 20%. Okay, that's Jack. Okay, that's Jack. 1,000. Y'all have a great day. Great job, Jack. Thank you for the chart. We'll go into it. The VIX is starting to break down, so that accumulation break can possibly take place. That downward compression break can possibly take place now, right? So stopped out, single digit, single digit, single digit. That reclaim was nice. That reclaim was nice. Anyone play that reclaim? I know it's ugly. In these kind of conditions, it's very easy to overtrade. Very easy to overtrade. Finally, exit on the puts from earlier. Yes, call on bounce, pre-market low, bearish channel. Right. So don't burn your fuel here. I have my stops very, very tight. To recover from single-digit losses it doesn't take too much. But to recover from 40, 15, 36%, all those losses is very hard. Okay. So keeping risk tight. Keeping risk very tight. So we took out the hourly lows. This thing looks like it wants to pop. And seek that 590. So we're back in that range. VIX is starting to break down. I lost 4 trades. Waiting on bounce. So finally, it's starting to go. Look at that 5 minute. Waiting for confirmation would really benefit the situation. But again, we came into that 20. We came into these lows here, and that's exactly what's taking place. Bouncing off that 588.80, 589.25. If we can hold above the 590, that's a reclaim. If you play the reclaim on the 590, there's an opportunity there. Anyone catch that off of these lows? So technically, if I was just a little more patient, that's a 24-cent stop, right? So that was available. So we're breaking out of that accumulation, that downward compression. First touch, formation. Second touch, break. What a bounce. Anyone take that? See if we can come back to that 590, retest it. We're seeing these moves, guys, but from a point-to-point standpoint, they're not. It's only 89 cents from these lows to that. I mean, it is 89 cents. It is pretty healthy, but we're only still moving 52 cents per 5 minute candle. So we can take that retest off that 590. Okay. Okay. I'll try that retest off that 590. That'll be my last attempt in this area. If all 4 don't go in my favor, I'll take the single digit loss again and then look for something else. Trying to capitalize off of, if we have enough momentum, off of this bounce off that 589.48. Do we have enough momentum? Can we hold above that 590 and continue to accelerate and potentially seek that VWAP at some point? If we can, great. If we can't, just get stopped out. That's pretty much it. cut right there at 5. If it shapes up, I'll retake it. Yeah, stopped out here again at 5. Stopped out again at 5. I still like it above 590. Right, but again, the price action, I just can't get a good feel for the price action. If we can get above it, that would be great. So another stop out at 5. If we can get above it, let's see if we can get some strong momentum into it. Right, the opportunity was here. Opportunity was here. So what I'm trying to figure out now is, do we have enough momentum? Do we have enough juice? Do we have enough wind behind our sail after coming to these lows, right, to really push above that 590, hold above that 590, and potentially seek some levels up there, right? At this point, it doesn't look like it. Good thing I just took the stop out, right? Again, don't be afraid of being wrong. Taking those small 5%, 5%, 5%, 5% losses, right? They're healthy. So we're just jammed between these two levels, guys. We're just jammed between those two levels, between that 590 and that 589.48. So whoever can get out of this area, right, and really sustain the strength or the weakness will dictate the pace. 590 rejection was beautiful. Do we take puts now? If you're looking for puts, maybe 589.48. Right, keep in mind, guys, if you're trying to trade the exact trades I'm taking here on YouTube, there's a 30 to 45 second delay. Okay? So keep that in mind. This is for educational purposes only. Trading comes with a ton of risks. Okay? So if you don't know how to trade, if you don't know how to manage positions, don't use the information as advice. All right? The ideas, the trade ideas, the high probability trade ideas are posted for the private members. So you have to understand how to interpret the information. Ugly was up 20%. Sell on Webull lag, got out at 10. Nice. At least you were able to get out. There is some lag on the fills. I've noticed that as well. Right? Was it that reclaim, JB, right here, or did you sit through some drawdown off that bounce? Right. So the trade idea that was sent out, reclaim second line, beautiful, right there. That was nice. Right. So. Again, guys, if you're on YouTube, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Right, let us know where you're joining from if you're a first-time viewer, and take advantage of the May offer. Okay, May offer. Go to smartactiontrading.com. There's a great resource as well. Right, you can use it for. You can have a chart there for you to really see what's going on during the day. Right, we have the economic calendar. We have breaking news as well. Okay, breaking news. When you go to smartactiontrading.com, and you get a good sense of the heat map, what stocks are doing well. If you want to join the community, head over to the community tab. So I have SPY Strikers. The objective is unlock consistent profitability by trading SPY. One ticker, 1 hour, one consistent result. You get access to live trading video, audio, high win rate trade ideas, my ebook, and all sorts of different things, okay? And then we have a ton of members there, right, who are taking the initiative, who are putting in the work to really take charge of their journey to profitability. So it's not like you join the community and all the work is done for you. It's going to require you to do a lot of work. You're going to have to do a lot of analysis. You're going to have to do a lot of use the resources, ask questions, utilize other people in there. Profitability is not going to fall in your lap. You're going to have to put the work in. But what I can provide in the community is the resources you need. The pre-market game plan, the trade ideas, the live commentary, the ebook, and access to a ton of things, our weekly courses as well. All right, so you have access to all those things. Again, as long as I gave it 4 attempts here, guys, stopped out single digits all 4 times, right? Keeping the wrist tight. So was long, was short. Did see some take profit opportunities, 3 to 5% pops here and there, but I was really looking for a double-digit gain there to see if I can really, start flowing, right? But again, price continues to respect that 589.48. We need to have a pretty decisive winner declared. Okay, someone needs to take charge. Reclaim second line, inverse head and shoulder. Yeah, I see it right there. So left shoulder, head, right shoulder. So let's go over one of our members. He built a spreadsheet, right, proving the power of small gains. Okay, there we go. So $1,000. So look, he broke it down into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 weeks, right? 10 weeks. That's about not even a full NFL season for my NFL fans. Okay, so week 1, you're just getting 5% of that 1,000. Okay, that's $50. The question is your ego too big for you just to make $50 a day for a week, or close to $50 a week? The problem is we want the big gains so bad that we turn down these little gains because our ego is too big. 50 is not enough, right? But you can see I've done something similar to this as well. You can see over time, right? It goes from 5%. It goes from week 1, 50, 63. Okay, from 63, end of week 3, 99, end of week 5, 126. So you can see how it's significantly increasing. Okay, by week 10, right, you're making around, just making 5% of your account, you're making around $400. The question is, the thing is, this is all on paper. Now, do you have all the tools necessary to make 5%? That's setup, mindset, right, and strategy. Do you have it? This is doable. It's attainable, right? But do you have the tools? So the strategy, the mindset, and the risk management to replicate this process over and over again. Okay. So what this is saying is you're just replicating $50 on average, so you can have a loss as well, but try to make that on the daily. Okay, and it's very doable. The question now becomes, what are you risking out of this $1,000? What are you risking to make 50? What's your risk? See, we get that breakdown. All right, so appreciate it. I believe it was Jack. So I believe A is Jack. So appreciate it, Jack. All right, we're back at this level here. We have fuel from that 590. Even though I'm taking these stop outs, guys, I'm small green. Okay, small green. Despite taking 1, 2, 3, 4 small losses. Okay, so that's the power of keeping those losses small. So VIX is at session highs, SPY is at session lows. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. If you have any questions, drop your questions in the chat. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. If you took any trades, let us know what trades you took. If you're trading any other tickers, if you have any ticker requests, chart requests, drop in the chat as well, guys. All right. Anyone catch that breakdown? And the question is, does anything have enough follow through? That's the only question here. Does retrace, reject? Looking at the retrace, reject here. Okay, see if we get a retrace, reject. Realistically, my risk would be like that, right? But 50-cent risk, that's pretty healthy. It's right there. So let's see, like you don't want the reclaim. I'm just trying to time it here. So if you play the reclaim, you're doing the opposite. If you're playing the retrace reject, you're doing the opposite. So keep your risk very, very tight. Keep your risk very, very tight until it starts moving. See if I can get it added there. Okay, filled for the puts. Very tight risk. Not a big fan of the price action, but if I can get a single digit gain, I'll look to lock in. Let's see if I have some follow through left. Okay, see if we get that push lower. Reclaim back above that 589.48. Don't like that. Don't want to close above it on the 5. I'll give it about a 5-7% risk here. I'm learning how to be a good loser. Absolutely. Down 2. So we made these lows, lower lows, lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. So we'll see if we can make a lower low. I like how we're getting some strength here on the VIX. And again, we have this runway. We have this runway we can address. So I don't want any closes above that 589.48 on the 5 minute. Okay, just keep my wrist tight. Let's do this. That's a line in the sand. No close above it on the 5 minute. Down 4. See if we wick here. Took it off right there. See if I can re-add. So a lot of re-adding, a lot of putting on, a lot of taking off, putting on. Okay, let's see. 55 cents ATR. Down 2. 3. So no close above it on the 5. If you're playing the reclaim, you want the opposite of what I'm looking for. See if you get some follow through. See if you get some follow through here. See if we get some follow through. I'm learning how to be being a good loser. You're right. That's the point. We're not in the business of. I'm gonna close it there. Okay, I'm gonna close it there. If it breaks down, right. Don't want to start over trading here. Stopped out 5. So the reclaim is starting to play out. So no real edge for me in this situation. Okay, so this is, I don't want things to start getting out of hand. This is probably the most trades I've taken in a shift within our 50 plus episodes. All right, so stop out single digits, stop out single digits, stop out single digits, stop out single digits, stop out single digits. For how long do you watch price action and practice every day before turning profitable? For most of the months, years. It wasn't only watching price action; it was losing. It was losing a lot. It was losing a lot, sticking to it. And there's some other elements to it as well, but I was losing a lot and trying to just really build my own strategy and making a couple of mindset shifts. That's pretty much it, right? You have to know how to lose. You have to know what a good loser is. There's so many things that go into it. So if you're just a beginner trader, right, you have to bring your expectations back down to earth. Don't think you're going to come into the markets and then become profitable instantaneously. So don't judge your performance on if you're profitable within your first month, right? So if you're coming into the markets with a large sum of money and you're trying to become profitable and become a full-time trader, right? That's not a smart idea. That's not a wise idea. It's not the wisest thing to do. Cut the capital in half, right, and give yourself some time to learn. There's a lot of things for you to learn, and most of us will learn through our losses. There's no one structured approach you can take to becoming profitable. You can't. A course is not going to make you profitable. A setup is not going to make you profitable. Right? Those are just pieces along your journey that you can take and equip yourself to put yourself in the position to be profitable. Right? That's pretty much it. After 6 months, I'm still losing more than win, mostly because stop out too quickly. Right? Maybe the reason why you're stopping out too quickly is maybe you're using too much size and you're not comfortable with sitting through a little bit of drawdown. Right? That's what I'm probably assuming, if I'm right. So if you're in a position and you're not comfortable with drawdown, that's a sign that you're using too much size. Right? You can't even let anything play out. You can't let it breathe. You're just frantic and shaky. That's a sign. Okay? So size down. I always tell people just size. If you're used to trading a certain amount, size down. Okay? You want to build the comfortability for the chart and what you see on the chart to play out. Okay? So if you size down, build comfortability. Sizing down. Size extremely down. There's no rush. There's no rush to being profitable. What's the rush? Okay, you can't go to, for someone to become a doctor, there's a path they have to take. They can't skip their bachelor. They can't skip their residency. And they can't skip all these things and just show up to an operation room and perform heart surgery. You can't do that. You have to go through the process. The thing with trading is the process is not a standardized process. It's not a standardized process where you check these boxes, and when you check these boxes, you get this result. This process is an individualized, custom process for every person, right? Because trading, there's a lot of psychology involved with it. Right? There's a lot of psychology behind the way we see money. There's a lot of psychology behind the way we deal with losses. There's a lot of psychology behind the way we deal with wins. Believe it or not, there's a lot of people that are not comfortable with wins. They're not used to winning. Their standard mode of operation is losing. Believe it or not, the opposite is true. Believe it or not, there are people who never lost or don't know what losing is like. So when they do lose, they fall into a deep depression. Right? So it's truly a journey. Right? There's no standard way to get there. You just need to have access to the resources, be around the right kind of people, right? And just commit yourself to the journey. If you commit yourself to the journey, then you'll commit yourself to the process. If you can't commit yourself to the journey, if you're on it overnight, you will get it overnight. You will get it overnight, and you'll give it back the very next day. It will keep happening. Look, you can get one over the market. You can't beat the market for 1 hour. You can't beat the market for 1 day, maybe for 1 week. But if you're trying to make this a career, 1 day, 1 week, 1 hour is not enough. Can you do it over and 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 over again and really build something around it? Okay? So that's what you need to understand. So the people in the Discord, they're committed to that journey. And they've been committed to the journey. They're showing up every day. They're doing their analysis. Right? And every time we trade, we're going to battle. We're going to war. All right? So you can't, it's very difficult to go to war on yourself, on your own. You need some allies. Right? You need some allies. Okay, so again, price continues to gravitate back towards its range. 590 and that 589.40 got stopped out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 single digit stops. Right now I'm sitting at break even, basically back to zero, right? So all this, looking back in hindsight, of course I was trying to entertain the opportunity, and I'm willing to live with the results, but understanding where we are, just wait until there's a clean directional move. Okay, just wait until there's a clean directional move. Seems like I'm one step late or one step early. Okay, so just cleaning that up, going into third shift. All right, so third shift, right off the bat, third shift, I want a break above the highs or the lows and take it from there. Okay, that's the approach. But most of you, let me know in the chat how you did in second shift. If you're still green on the day, let me know. The objective is don't follow me into any trades. If you're green, if I got you to being green, now it's on you to stay green. If you got yourself to be green, it's on you to stay green. Okay? Don't follow every single thing. You just need 1 or 2 trades. Just like our friend Jack illustrated. Right? Look, the numbers are there. The numbers are there. And if you are in the Discord, make sure to go here. Go to the tools. Okay? Remember, the calculator is available. The risk calculator. Remember this, guys? Okay? So you have access to this. So according to Jack, let's put these two things together. Right? So our friend Jack, he gave us this to work with. Now let's do the numbers behind it. Right? And I don't want to download it. I want to open it. Okay? $1,000. That's the capital. You're making 5% on the $1,000. So how much money? How much do you need to risk to make $50 on that 1,000? Great question. You come into this calculator. 1,000. Okay. So if you're risking ultra aggressive with that $1,000, if you're risking 20%, are we starting to move here? Okay, I'll put an alert here. While we go through this, I'll put an alert above the range. Okay, so look, if you have $1,000, what our friend Jack illustrated is very possible. The way that this is the approach. You have $1,000. I never recommend you risking more than 20%. That's what we considered ultra aggressive. Okay, so this is the account allocation, $1,000, right? You pick your profile. In this case, ultra aggressive, because why? We're trying to make $50. So in my calculation, there is no way, unless you're going outside of 20%, using more than 20% of your account and the trade amount for the trade expectancy, right now there isn't a way for you to make $50 unless you're going 2 to 1. Okay, 2 to 1. There you can make 40, right? So what that means, out of that 1,000, you take 200. 200, you can buy maybe right now, you can buy 1 contract, right? Give or take the math, because every contract is not going to be 200 every time. So you buy 1 contract. That 1 contract, you're looking to get a 20% return, $40. So 20% return, $40. You're willing to lose $40. If you're willing to lose $40, then you need to at least make $40, right? Risk 40 to make 40. If you're willing to risk 40 to make 80, you need a setup that has a 2 to 1 risk reward. Okay, so that's the calculation. So it's very possible. So with $1,000 every day, you have $200 to spare. So that means you can probably take 5 trades a day with $1,000. Okay, so you can take 1 contract 5 times. So if you take those contracts 5 times, say your risk reward is 1 to 1. Say out of the 5 instances, you win 3 of the 5. If you win 3 of the 5, 3 times 4 is 12, 120. Right, 120 minus 80, you still make $40. Okay, so very, very doable. So again, you guys have access to that calculator in the Discord. All right, so $1,000, that's the calculation. Don't use more than 20%. If you want to use more than 20%, by all means, I highly advise using more than that, right? If you want to build good habits, but even that is on the high end, because if you say conservative, you can't buy anything for 50 bucks. So unfortunately, with $1,000, you're gonna have to take some risk. On the other hand, if you have 25,000, like PDT, okay, you can go risk off. You can go conservative. So you can use 5% of your account, 5% of your account, 1,200, right? You be conservative in your account management and be aggressive in your trade approach. So that means in order for you to blow your account, right, you need to lose 25 times in a row or 20 times in a row. In order for you to blow your account, you need to lose the 100% of your position 20 times in a row. That's why this is there for you have to manage your account accordingly, right? So if you're a good manager, there's no reason for you to blow your account, right? Of course, we've all been there. I've blown multiple accounts before, right? But eventually, you'll start putting this into place. Okay, so again, guys, you get access to a ton of things in Discord. I don't like anything here. If anything, the fact that we're hanging out in this territory, right? What does this tell us? In pre-market, if you're joining us in pre-market, what do we talk about, guys? We got to keep our trade ideas in what territory? Between here and between here. So now we're here. Matter of fact, guys, if we continue to hang out in this territory and we don't decelerate, as long as we hold between that 588, 85, 89, 27, 25, right? I'm leaning towards that potential bounce here, right? Let the selling finish off, leaning towards a potential bounce. All right, so price action is getting ugly. Very, very ugly. Okay, so most of the work was done on first shift. So a lot of the work that I did here, kept it clean here, gave most of it back, basically sitting at break even now. Okay, so this is basically what not to do. All right, but try to entertain those opportunities. Some of the opportunities were legitimate. The other ones were just trying to capitalize off of some moves. There were no key levels there, no confirmation, but the risk manager was the only thing that really spared me in this case. How are we looking, guys? Third shift. We're in third shift now, so make that same assessment. There's a couple of times here I did see a little bit of green. But again, opted to see if I can get a little bit more. So outside of the moves in first shift, second shift has been hit or miss. Okay, hit or miss. Where's my 50? Hit or miss. So make sure to like, guys. Make sure to subscribe. All right. Let me know if you have any questions. Second shift probably over traded a little bit there. 4 trades. That's probably the most trades I've taken in a shift. Okay, we're approaching second shift lows. No questions, just feedback. This is super useful. You comment a lot and explain. Not really any other live streams do that which I've watched. That's the objective, guys. That's what sets us apart. Education through demonstration. All right, education through demonstration, and that's how we like to run things here. You guys are the audience. Everything's based on what the audience wants. Okay? Without an audience, there's no show. I can have whatever show I want, but if there's no audience, it is not a show. How are we looking, everyone in the Discord? Discord, how are we looking? So again, guys, if you're in the on YouTube, jump in the Discord. All right? June is around the corner. So prices will go up for June. $34.99 a month. It's an absolute steal. June will go up. So make sure to take advantage of that. And NVIDIA earnings. NVIDIA earnings. Today at 5 p.m. 5 p.m. You don't want to miss that. So if you go to the my YouTube channel, right? Go to the channel right here. Go to the channel, NVIDIA earnings, 5 p.m. Hit notify me. Okay? That's going to be awesome. We're going to listen to the earnings call. We're going to pay attention to the technicals. Right? Pay attention to technicals, and then if there's enough people there, if there's enough demand, we can open up the floor for Q&A, and I can give you analysis on what I think, my thoughts on the earnings call, followed by technicals. We'll go over the fundamentals, provide my 2 cents, again, my opinions. After that, we'll go over the technicals. All right, so make sure to tune into that. You don't want to miss that, and that has a direct impact on market sentiment and the overall market. Okay, NVIDIA is a critical name. So 5 p.m. Eastern. That's going to be awesome. We're going to have our NVIDIA earnings, basically a watch party. Okay. Okay. What took place here? Shift 2 liquidity grab. If you don't understand any of these key terms, guys, if you don't understand any of these key levels, if you're in the Discord, if you joined, ebook is available for you to read. You have to read that ebook. If you're not, go to smartactiontrading.com, go to ebooks, and purchase your copy. It breaks down my setup. It breaks down everything you need to know about the system. Right? Less than 25 pages. Triple bottom. Yeah, I see it. Yep. Triple bottom. Low, low, low. Let me take this off the chart. So nothing sustained. That's the thing here, guys. Nothing sustained. So there are scalping opportunities. Nothing sustained. All right, we do see some activity. We do see a channel here, another channel forming. I'm just keeping an eye here. I'm keeping an eye here. I'm keeping an eye at this level here. Okay. Or that range. If we can get back above that 589.67, right? Reclaim that 589.67. Reclaim that pre-market high. That could potentially open up the door. We go 2 down, 2 up on the 5, on the 15. Back above it as well. Newbie here, thank you for your show. No problem, Victor. Make sure to subscribe. Right, subscribe. We're live every day at 9 a.m. So if you're a newbie, if you're a first-time viewer, it's in your best interest to show up early. You know the old saying, early bird gets the worm. So you show up early. right? You get access to the game plan. Anyone playing that Reclaim 58966? Let me get a check on the likes. Quick check on the likes. Okay, we got 35 likes, guys. We should have 50 likes. 50 likes. 50 likes. That's the goal. Nice. Look at that rejection. 58948 rejection. 50 is right there. Like no one is able to really sustain. So if we kind of just take it candle by candle, 5 minutes of control followed by 10 minutes of selling. 5 minutes of buying, 10 minutes of selling. 5 minutes of buying, 15 minutes of selling. 5 minutes of buying, to be determined. So everything is relatively associated with this right here. It's like a brick wall. So in this case, if we continue to trade in this channel, it's in your best interest not to touch it in the middle. Treat support as support until otherwise, resistance as resistance. Okay, until proven otherwise. That's the best approach. That's the best approach. Book some profits on calls, holding runner. Great job, Venkat. So I think we have FOMC minutes. Yeah, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. 2 p.m. 2 p.m. 2 p.m. So that 50. So when we're in a strong trend, the shorter time moving averages work better. When this trend is just a grind higher, grind lower, whipsaw action, but overall we're just grinding lower or higher, right? Those longer moving averages work a little better. We're below both view ops. Keep in mind, look at this selling that we're seeing. Right, it's like this kind of looks like a potential, I think Dr. Jones said it earlier, potential cup and handle, early cup and handle. Right, as we're forming the base of the cup. You guys see it? Right, as we're forming the base of that cup. Okay, again now we're trading near second shift lows. Second shift's lows, VIX continues to show strength. If VIX can stay above session's highs, right, more than likely we'll seek these lows once again. So look, downtrend, right? Despite the price action, a low here, lower low, lower low, high, lower high, lower high. So if you're looking to go long, lower low into lower high. If you're looking to go short, higher low into lower low. Okay, that's where the VIX is. See if you can stay above it. See if you can stay above that. How are we looking, strikers? What are we looking at? You guys waiting for any setups? Let me know. I know this action here is putting everyone to sleep. Right, so if you got your work done early on, you're probably just kicking back. So we have about 11 minutes left on this candle, 11 minutes left on this hourly candle. All right, let's go take a look at what's going on across. Let me put an alert here. And then let's go take a look what's going on across the board. So we're seeing some a little bit of strength in the dollar, 10-year, 2-year, weakness, a little bit of weakness in Bitcoin. Bitcoin fell below 110. U.S. oil up 2%, gold flat, VIX up 2%. All the indexes are low, with EFA taking the biggest hit, EFA being the laggard, and the Qs, even though we're down, they're the one that's the least affected, with the least amount of selling pressure. Individual names, MSTR down 2.9%, PLTR up 1%, NVDA flat, everything else relatively flat. Nothing plus minus 1% outside of Lilly, PLTR, MSTR. TSM flat, BABA down 2%, GME down 10%. Sectors, all the sectors are flat except XLC. XLC's up 0.08%. XLU utilities down 1.28%. So everything else is relatively flat. So up until this point, guys, it seems like a flat market, right? Flat. That can change, right? That can change. Just because we're flat now doesn't mean we're gonna be flat forever. That can easily change. Look at that daily candle. If we start going double top on the VIX, in the next 9 minutes, we get a new candle here. Watching trend line. We'll see how that plays out. If you're looking to take that reclaim, risk reward looks like this. Okay, 36 cents. Into that break into 590. Okay. If you want exactly 2 to 1, it's about 70. 35 times 2. So this is the action, very similar to Wednesday, Thursday, Friday last week. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday last week. If we play the reclaim, you need to hold above that 589.48. Hold, critical. If we can hold above that, VIX starts getting below back below the zone, headed back to the downside, that opens up the door for us to potentially push into this resistance up here and maybe address it. All right, that's the setup. That's the setup. Technically it's like this. We can make an argument for that too. If we include these lows, right? Formation, lower low, lower low, lower low. So where we are now, is the reclaim or the reject going to lead to a lower low, potential higher high, or is this going to dump into a lower low? That's the question. That's the question that needs to be answered. Okay, let's see if we reclaim it. I want separation to be created on the VIX. Anyone taking that reclaim? Anyone taking that reclaim? Okay, if you took that, manage accordingly. Starting to move nicely there. Okay, let's see if that leads into this break of this resistance, right? Let's see if we break beyond this, continue to push. So if you're looking to play the break, instead of taking that entry here, best entry is here. So once it does break, you're either clearing profit or using runners to capitalize off that break. Okay, so you're already in position to take advantage of the break. See if we can dump a little bit. If we can dump a little bit, I can potentially look to engage. Okay, so we haven't had 10 minutes of strength during this, right, choppy bearish channel price action. We haven't had 10 minutes of strength yet. We had longer periods, longer durations of weakness than we had strength on the 5. So this is our first 10 minutes of strength since the open. Okay. So you can take that retest. Okay. I'm in the retest. I like how the VIX is dumping. All right, up 2%. Didn't get the best entry, but just overall playing the retest because the VIX is starting to move. Right, I'm betting on that break. See if we get that move here. See if we get some follow through. So now, new 5-minute candle. Okay, so I want this 5-minute candle to stay above that 589.48. 589.48. See if we can stay above it. So in an ideal world, perfect world, I want us to stay above it and go into the resistance. If it breaks below it, I have my stop there. Down 4 or 5. Nasty rejection. I'm going to take it off right there. Take it off right there at 7. 8. Fill that 8. So a nasty rejection there. So stopped out at 8. Right. Try to take advantage of the retest. right? Don't want this thing to start dumping aggressively. Okay, we can't stay above it longer than 5 minutes. We can't stay below it longer than 15 minutes. So single digit stop. That's the objective. I'm not looking at for any continued move. If we were going to get a continued move, right, it's going to have to be break above this, continue to push higher. So right now we continue to respect the integrity of this bearish channel. So we're trading as resistance, treating this as support. All right, that's a good stop out. All right, stopped out right there. 8%. Don't want no parts of it. My initial line in the sand was I want price to stay above that 589.48. I can clearly see we had no respect for it. So that means I'm being invalidated. Okay, so there's no point of you waiting around. Say if you have a stop loss of 15, 20, 30%, whatever your stop loss is. If you can clearly see on the chart that you're being invalidated, you don't have to wait until you get stopped out. Okay? You don't have to hit your stop. All right? If you're invalidated, you can cut your position early. It's the same thing as taking profits. You don't have to wait until target. You can take profits. Right? That was a nasty little dump there. So no follow through. Watch the trend line. Yep. Just ugly. Absolutely ugly, guys. Absolutely ugly. No follow through. Yeah, no follow through. You're right. You are right. So did see some light at the end of the tunnel. 2%, 3%. Right. But again, we continue to resume. We can't buy more than 10%, 10 minutes of strength. But that rejection was nice. If you took that rejection, if you're playing this as channel and you're treating as resistance, you're getting rewarded. Okay. So again, guys, make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. Nasty rejection off that 585, this resistance here. Flush right to that 589.48. And now if I'm still holding this contract, things are not looking good. This can easily go from 8% to 20% to 30%. And if you get one of those follow-through candles, to 50%. Okay, so just get stopped out where you need to. I've just been getting chewed up. I've been getting chewed up in this range. I'm not trading this range accordingly. Okay, new hourly candle. New hourly candle. And look, takes it back to the other side. Back to the other side. So for those of you who are in green from first shift and you're staying out of this, right, you're the real winner. You are the real winner. Okay, for those of you who traded, walked away, you're the real winner. How are we looking on YouTube, guys? Anyone take any trades in the last 30, 45 minutes? How are we looking? The chat has gone quiet. Right, this price action is worthy of the chat being quiet. Let me put up a poll real quick. None. So everyone in the chat, let me know where you're joining from. Let me know where you're joining from. All right, let's pick up the momentum in the chat. Put exit from calls with a loss and a put. Just watch Just watching for a good setup. Great job. Let me know where you're joining us from. I'm getting chewed up today. Sidelines for me. Great job. Too much chop. Absolutely. I'm back to the other side. It's in love with second shift lows. It's in love with second shift lows. But do you guys notice something? All right. Essentially, we put in some equal lows here. Okay, let's do this. I haven't looked at the RSI yet. All right. I can bet, okay, that we're probably diverging here. Who thinks we're diverging here? Okay, now we're starting to pick up some steam. Right. So you can see, probably diverging here. Let me take a look at the RSI. Right. We made the low there, another low there, slight divergence. Okay. So what does that mean? Right. It means on the RSI we made higher lows, and we made equal lows on the S&P. So now, let's see if we have enough fuel to break past this thing. I like how the VIX is dumping here. Right? I like how the VIX is dumping. Keep in mind, as I'm taking all these positions, right, I'm only using 5 contracts. Okay. Nice in a call. If you're gonna hold above that 589.44, this thing can start rocking and rolling. Let's see if it starts rocking and rolling. Okay, let me see if I can take it there. Okay. Let's see if we get that follow through. Okay. Do we get follow through or do we not? We'll see. Again, not getting the best entries. So it's either now we're going to address this resistance here. We're addressing this resistance. The VIX is moving in a favorable direction. We have some fuel after grabbing these lows. Now I want price to stay above 569.48. Okay, let's see if we can get some momentum. All stopped out, stopped out, stopped out, stopped out, stopped out, stopped out. Single digit, single digit, single digit. We need that hold. We need that to hold. And guess what? If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. It's not like I'm gonna extend my stop, try to get fancy, try to get elaborate. Right? I'll take 10 losses in a row. If I'm gonna take 10 losses in a row, it's gonna be with my stops. All right. So I want this level to hold here. If you can, that'd be great. VIX is heading in a favorable direction. I want the level 2 and the time on sale to speed up a little bit. If it can really start breaking away into that 590. Right, I want it to push away from this and never revisit it again, or until it gets into the 590. Okay, so this is the chance for it to really make that move. Okay, we need that hold above that 589.48. We are diverging. If you're going short, if you're going resistance. If you're playing the trend and you're trying to push it back to the downside, right? You just don't want to break and close above here. Manage accordingly. Okay? Just know we're going to get stopped out. We've been chopping around. We are not in the trend. Okay, so if this thing doesn't hold above that 589.48, 589.45, there's a good chance this thing can collapse. But until then, I'll give it a 10% leash. See how it plays out. Right. Okay, it's starting to move here. Remember what we said, what area we want to look at, okay? It's starting to get some momentum here. If we did take that, manage accordingly. Okay, see if we get some follow through. So follow through would be great. Up 3. Up 4. Okay, nice. Take profits where you need to, guys. We're not getting sustained moves. Up 5. Depending on your entry, it should be up anywhere from 5 to 7%. Or maybe even 10. We're back above that 590, 589.36. Okay, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I'm going to take some off right there. Okay, fill that 7. Down to runner. Down to runner. Boom. Okay. Finally. All right. So with this one position, I'm not trying to make back what I lost here after getting stopped out. It's just treating this position independently from what happened here. So okay. So if it wants to run, let it run above that 589.57. That would be great. But I like how the VIX is starting to dump here. Locked in profit. 7. Don't chase this thing. If you're in, you're in. This was based on that reclaim. Gave it multiple attempts. Failed a few times. So let's see if this has room into that 590. Okay, 590. How are we looking, guys? How are we looking? How are we looking? Don't chase. Runners are up 5. Yeah, contracts are not moving too well today. Okay. Let's see if we can at least push this into 590. To 590. I like how the VIX is dumping here. So you see what we talked about, the equal lows and the divergence, how you kind of play these things together. All right. But what did we say about about an hour ago? In the pre-market, I talked about this level anyways. But on YouTube, I said I'm interested in seeing what kind of action we get in that 588.80 and that 589.25. All right. So if you're in the Discord, we talked about this level in the pre-market game plan. All right. So make sure you join the Discord, guys. Up 9. 590 is that next level to address. All right. Take your proceeds. What's going to happen is you're going to make money off this setup, and you're going to give it back in a matter of time. So take your proceeds, take your profits, and invest in yourself and join the community. All right, flip it. Flip free money. Okay, so we did reach into double digits. I'm still in the runner. I want the runner to hold. Let me see if I can slap this 90 MA on it. Right. There's a trailing stop. We do have a little bit of, we can see some contention at that 590. If we get past that 590, this thing can really start picking up some steam. Make sure you're booking some profits, taking some profits. Okay. Already locked in at 7.8. Okay, there's just a runner. Just a runner. VIX is dumping nicely. So this is our first. We're about to go into our first 15 minutes of sustained strength. Okay. Up 5. Make sure you're taking profits, guys, because look at that. Look at that. They're coming after your profits. If you're not taking profits, they're taking profits. See if that's just a retest, a little shake and bake. That was a nasty candle. If we close below that 589.67, I'm going to close this last runner, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to close it right there, break even. All right, so did see some 10%, 11%, 12% to the upside, but we take profits. We're scalpers. We don't wait and see. All right, wait and see. Wait and see. That doesn't work. The only thing you're going to see is the market take your profits. All right, let me know in the chat on YouTube. If you made money from this setup, put a $sign in the chat. If you took this setup, put a $sign in the chat. Right, if you're in calls here, put a $sign. So even that's not the best opportunity, right? It's just you gotta deal with all this for a 7-8% gain. So risk reward, not there. Great job, thesis. Everyone in the Discord pretty much knows the protocols, right? How we approach it. So a nice retest there. Great job, Nick. Great job, Michelle. Great job, Tanya. Now take those proceeds and join the community. Mason. Great job, Mason. All right, this is probably the most trades I've taken, guys. And all this is episode 57. So we've been going live for 57 straight trading sessions. This is probably the most I've taken ever. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I like to trade anywhere between 3 to 5. For the past handful of weeks, it's been on the high end. Right? Been on the high end. At the same time, with the live stream, there's an element of kind of maybe being in a trade because there's a live stream. Maybe that might be influencing some of the positions, right? Which is normal, but at the same time, my objective is try to provide the best opportunities, highlight the best opportunities, not every opportunity. So it looks like now what's happening is I'm leaning towards taking every opportunity and not filtering out an opportunity, a good opportunity with a great opportunity. Okay. So if you caught that, great job. Make sure you're extracting your profits. If you didn't catch this, right, break above that 590. We talked about it pretty early on. Remember that potential cup and handle forming, how we're going to base out, make the base of that cup. Look how it's kind of flowing, guys. Kind of flowing like that. Kind of looking like it right now. How are we doing on Google Meets? So if you're on YouTube, just know that there's a 30-second delay. By the time you get the information, it's 30 to 45 seconds old. Okay, so it's very difficult to capitalize off these trade ideas when we're scalping. And there's a 30-second delay. And ads pop up. So if we, let's see how many likes we got. How many people do we have in the chat? So if we get, JB asked me to go into the FOMC minutes yesterday. So let's do this. If we get 60 likes, we usually run the program until 1 p.m. Eastern. We'll go through FOMC minutes. Okay? So 60 likes. We'll extend the episode if we get 60 likes. 60 likes before 12:30. 12:45. All right? So if we get 60 likes, that means you guys are engaging. FOMC minutes at 2 p.m. We'll see what opportunities present themselves at that point. And then right after that, we'll take a little break, and then we'll get right into the NVDA earnings. The NVDA earnings are, right, if you're a stock market nerd like I am, you enjoy these earnings calls. Right, I enjoy listening to the earnings calls. I enjoy looking at the balance sheets. I enjoy hearing what the CFO has to say, what the CEO has to say, and how the market reacts, how the market digests the data. I enjoy those things. So again, if you're an NVIDIA shareholder, if you're in NVIDIA Leaps, if you're looking to invest in NVIDIA, you should be listening to the person you're investing in. Okay, so Jensen Wong is the one you're putting your money behind. So you need to know what he's about. Outside of knowing what he looks like, you need to know the quality of leader he is. Okay, and more than likely, if you're investing, you're looking to hold it anywhere from 5 to 10 to 15 to 20 to 30 years. All right, so you need to know who's in charge, who's at the helm. Don't buy NVIDIA because Kramer said buy NVIDIA or because Tom Lee said buy NVIDIA. No. Right? Buy NVIDIA because of what the fundamentals, technicals, and what the overall tech AI landscape is looking like, project where the areas of growth are, and what the leader capable of capitalizing off of that. Okay? You have to understand there's business cycles. At some point, we're addressing this 590. Okay? So be cautious if you're in calls. If it breaks and holds above it, continue. And if it rejects off it aggressively, be cautious. VIX continues to dump. We'll address this 590 the same way. If we break above that 590, retest off it can present an opportunity. Who's still in runners? I already like to follow my different accounts. Appreciate it, Red Kyle. So we got 62 people, so we should be able to get 60 likes. That's not a stretch. That's not a stretch. We had over, if you're tuning in on the shorts, double click the screen. Double click the screen, all right? We had over 300 plus people stop in. Okay, so 30 likes is about 10%. Still in the runner, holding runner. Just monitor that 590, okay? Monitor that 590. Make sure you're taking some profits off. If you think this thing can explode and continue to push the upside, by all means, right? So I'll put an alert slightly above that 590. All right. VIX is breaking down like it should, like you want. Double top on the VIX. Great job, Victor. So if you're just joining us, the last trade idea that came in was right here. So a ton of people on YouTube are taking advantage. And again, guys, make sure to join the Discord by the end of the week. The prices are going to go up in June. Eventually, you're going to want to tune in. You're going to want to have access to all these resources. Okay, so it's a matter of time before you do it. So it's highly advised you take advantage of it. People ask me to keep the prices low because of all sorts of different things. I started off at a very low price, and we're stair-stepping our price all the way to where the value meets the price. Right now, think of it like this. If the Discord was a stock, it's sitting right at the 200 EMA. The RSI oversold, okay? And it's showing a potential reversal pattern right on the 200 EMA, maybe a pin bar or a hammer. RSI oversold, diverging. So that's basically the Discord. So if you've been getting a membership the past 2 months, it's like you're buying a stock as it's being sold off. You're buying the dip. It's about to go up, guys. So make sure you capitalize and eventually become private. The reason why I continue to repeat this is because we're going to continue to be here. But at some point, the Discord is going to be capped. Okay? It's going to be capped. It's going to be closed. It's going to be based on how many people I can accept, how many people I can work with. All right? So take advantage. Well, it looks like it's rejecting 590. You should already be clearing your profits, okay? Don't wait until it rejects and dumps and your profit evaporate for you to make a decision. Make sure you're taking your profits where you need to, like I said. So 60 likes. We'll stay until FOMC minutes. 590, of course. SPY going crazy. Nope, I saw it run a great job. Thesis. There you go. So if you've been in the Discord for about a month, 2 months, 3 weeks, you kind of get a feel for how we do things. So you know you're getting a good idea of how to manage accordingly. So when I'm constantly repeating it, of course, is to reinforce it to myself, to you guys as well, but it's to get the point across to new viewers. Okay? It's a good refresher because, again, if you took this, I saw about at the peak maybe 10, 11%. I already locked in profit 7, 8. Right? So at the peak, maybe you saw double-digit gains. Right? In the teens, high teens maybe, if you have a good entry. Now, those quickly evaporate. So if you're still holding and you didn't take any profits, this is a lesson. Okay? This is a lesson. Write this on the wall of your mind. It's either you take profit or the market takes profit. Someone has to take profit. Someone has to. Okay? I know you don't want to take profit because you want to see an explosive move and you don't want to get FOMO. But 9 times out of 10, those explosive moves occur. Right. Maybe once a week. Maybe, I'll say 5 sessions a week, we get those explosive moves. Granted, yesterday, 54% return. That was the highest return that I was able to get on one of the trade ideas because we were in a trending market. SPY moves when it's lunchtime for my kid. Just let us know which way, JB. Let us know which way. Let us know which way. Right? Lunch pump. Reject off that 590. So who took the 590 rejection? So these key levels, guys, these are unique to the strategy that I use. It's a combination of multiple things. If you're not familiar with it, ebook is available. It dissects everything in detail. Okay, if you're in the Discord, ebook is, you have access to the ebook. So make sure to give it a read. In the pre-market game plan. So I sent out this pre-market game plan. What were the 2 levels we're paying attention to? See? This is where we want to pay attention to. We want to keep our trade ideas in this territory. So that's how the hourly looked. And translation is how we look now. Again, everything makes sense after the fact. But can you spot it before it takes place? And do you have a mechanism in place or in your tool belt to take advantage of something that's potentially about to occur? Is it going to cross 590 at some point in time? But again, guys, I don't have a crystal ball, right? At some point in time, maybe you can cross 590. Maybe you just want to cross it at this very moment. Maybe we'll cross it another time, right? The thing is, when you're scalping, what I'm doing right now is I'm scalping. So I'm only taking advantage of short-lived reactions the market has off of key levels. 1 to 5 minute reactions. Okay, that's what I'm taking advantage of. So it's not I take it here and I wait until it gets into the moon. Okay. So make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. Anyone still holding a runner? If you're still holding a runner, or if you're still in the position from this point on, let us know. If you took this trade, drop your percentage gain in the chat on YouTube. Right, interested to see what you're able to extract here. If you're still in the position, again, manage accordingly. That's all I can say. If it breaks above 590, you sat through the pain, so you get the gain. So make sure to hit the like button. If we get 60 likes, we'll stay for the FOMC minutes. Right, 60 likes before 12:30 or 12:45. Let's get 60 likes. But if you're a first-time viewer, the best thing you can do is tune in at 9 a.m. Eastern. Comprehensive pre-market program followed by live trading. You're in a call. Great job, Vinkat. Just manage accordingly. You took it off the bounce here, Vinkat, at 20. I'll say this and I'm going to go. I learned way better entries from UGL than that was a part of my risk management. When you enter without a trade and don't get much drawdown on your contracts, I stay more level-headed and stick to my game plan. Absolutely, Thesis. We're a team, guys. We're a team. All right. We're all learning. I'm learning from, believe it or not, I'm learning from you guys as much as or more than you guys are learning from me. All right. And Retired Fido, if you're in the chat, I'm really interested in your rubber band, that 5-minute VWAP rubber band setup. All right, that sounds really interesting. But you guys have all sorts of setups, right? So feel free to share. Once you're in the community, there's no gatekeeping. There's no setup that I'm hiding behind closed doors, right? Because the thing is, guys, you need to understand this. You can know the setups. You can have the best setups. You still can lose money. All right? It's like you can have a Bugatti. But if you don't have your license and you don't know how to drive, what's the point? Okay? So think of these setups as vehicles to get from A to B. Your setups are vehicles to get you from A to B. If you don't have the proper training, okay, using the same analogy of driver license, if you don't know how to drive the vehicle, to you is useless. Right? It's better off in someone else's hands, who's been trained, who's been on the road. Okay? All right, so just keep that in mind. All right, so there's no magic behind being profitable. Profitability is within you. You don't need a magic setup. You don't need a magic course. You don't need to spend $10,000 on a mentorship. You don't need to go idolize someone else. You don't need to go follow. You don't need to do any of that stuff. Okay, you need to be in the right environment. Commit yourself to the journey. Get properly educated. Access the tools, access the resources, right? And refine those things and refine your discipline, and profitability will come out of you. Okay? Process over profits. All right? So that's why in the Discord, there's no secret setup or trading. If someone tells you they have a secret setup, a secret strategy, okay? Just put 2 and 2 together. If someone is running an ad talking about a secret strategy, put 2 and 2 together. You are the strategy. Okay? So, very important to understand. There's no secret setup. There's no magic ball, crystal ball. Everything is just based on for me, it's based on the things I identified over long periods of paying attention to the chart, over long periods of back testing, over so much trading, just sheer amount of volume. And then I've noticed these things. I have notebooks and notebooks and notebooks and notebooks of setups not working in my favor, and then just taking the best elements of smart money, the strat, ICT concepts, retail concepts, all those concepts I already know. I had to go educate myself about all those concepts. Every retail pattern I'm able to identify. Just because I don't trade it and my feelings around that pattern don't matter, but I have to be able to identify it right away. I have to be able to identify market structure shifts. I have to be able to identify all these things. Just because you don't use it, you still have to be able to recognize it and identify it. And then build a setup around that. Okay? New viewer here. My usual live stream, SPY live stream, didn't go live today, and I like to hear someone talk in the background about SPY, like a play-by-play while I trade. I like to trade after 2. Awesome job. So if you want us to stay after 2, XVX right? Make sure to 60 likes. 60 likes is the target. Y'all have a great rest of your day. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Absolutely thesis. Take it easy. Okay. So 590 is that level that we have to address. Between this 590, 569.45. All right. We have a new hourly candle incoming in about 30 minutes. All right, 33 minutes. We're about we usually run our program from 9 a.m. not 1 a.m. 9 a.m. Eastern to 1 p.m. Eastern. Okay, the most value pack live trading program. We go over everything. Okay, I'm waiting. I trade SPX. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. So the ones who are tuning in for the first time today, your job is to come tomorrow at 9 a.m. The ones who've been tuning in for some time, okay, is to commit to the journey, right? And let's build offline and join our community. Okay, so go to smartactiontrading.com, click the link in the description, click the link in the chat. Okay, once you get there, I'll throw an alert above that 590, throw an alert below that 589.48. Once you get there, boom. You can even use my site as a one-stop shop. I have a chart there you can actually break down. You can pay attention to the chart there as well, right? If you're on the go, we can pay attention to the chart there, right? And you got economic calendar, and you got breaking news on the homepage. And then we have the heat map as well. Okay, so it's a good tool. The homepage is a good tool for you to take advantage of. The economic calendar, that should be your new one-stop shop for the economic calendar and news, powered by TradingView. And then when you're ready to commit to the process, you head over to community, take advantage of this offer, $34.99 a month. Again, this is the May special offer. Okay, June, that May offer is not going to return. For the people who locked in April, that you know the price, that price is not going to return. Okay, so it was very important that you take action. If we continue to reject off this 590, this is a first touch, second touch, third touch, fourth touch. We have, if we touch it again, probably a hexatop, right? If we break above those highs, retest, break, hold can come into play. And what do you look at 2 p.m. XVX? Is there a particular thing you're looking at 2 p.m. or are you trying to play the FOMC minutes? Book profits on call. Great job, Vinkat. Roger. Love the website. Appreciate it, Amy. No trades. 588 puts. What pair? No trades. 589 about to reject. So I'm navigating through multiple chats, so give me some time to really read the messages. If you're on YouTube Shorts, double tap the screen. Okay? Double tap the screen. If you have any questions, any comments about anything you see on this on the screen, any ticker request, feel free. Last trade I took worked in my favor, single digit profit. Got stopped out multiple times there. So to be honest, it hasn't been the cleanest execution wise, and that's indicative of the price action. All right, so 590. Let's see how we interact with this 590. If we can break above it, hold, I'll take that retest. If you're playing that 590 break, you should be starting to see some profit there. If you're waiting for the break and hold, waiting for the break and hold. Anyone take that 590? 590 calls, anyone? So how many likes do we got? We got 54 likes, 6 likes away. Beautiful break of that 590. Hexatop break. I noticed that after 2 p.m. I can buy options in either direction. 20 points out the money, and it goes down or up 10 points in the direction I choose. I make a couple of 100% returns. Okay, that's an interesting strategy. So basically wait until 2 p.m. You wait until the theta to really kick in. Theta starts kicking in and the contracts start losing that value, which allows the contracts to be a little bit cheaper. You go further out the money. So basically you're looking at significant. So is your stop loss the entirety of the contract? Great job, Bob. Manage accordingly. Or do you have a fixed stop loss? Because I know some traders, what they do is they take the contract really cheap and their stop loss is the entire contract. Okay, so they're willing to risk the entirety of the contract. All right, of course you can't do that with size, and that's not a sustainable strategy. Right, but that's a really interesting strategy, XVX. Right, there's so many things you can do. There's many ways to skin the cat. If we can come back at that 590, maybe come back and re-entertain it, we'll be there. I also like to trade last minute lotto, last 10 minutes. That's a little too dangerous for me. If I do the lottos, it's maybe with literally a lottery ticket, one contract, right? But I tend to gravitate towards things that can continuously repeat. 60 likes, guys. So we got 60 likes. So I'll hold my end of the bargain and go into FOMC minutes. All right. And make sure to subscribe. Make sure to like the video. And the average viewer today. Let's go over the stats. That's awesome. The average viewer today is watching for 45 minutes, guys. 45 minutes. So this is probably the most people we had online on YouTube all week. Or the entirety of the episodes. All right, so appreciate you for stopping by today, guys. This is what we do. We're not new to this. Go to the channel. Go check out some of the older videos. Right? We've been doing this for some time. We just did an emerge. All right? Go check out some of the videos, the lives. In Discord, you get access to 500 plus hours of more live trading. All right? So a ton of things. See if we can come back a little bit lower. If anyone took that break, nice break. That paid well. Only SPX 0 DTEs using SPY, QQQ, IWM, and ticks as my charts. Absolutely. So a lot of you use the ticks, which is good. Right? I know Retired Fido and a couple of other people in our Discord use the ticks. This appears still on the downtrend. It depends if you're talking about the downtrend, what time frame. If we're looking at intraday, Victor, intraday, we're still, if we take a look at the hourly intraday, we're still in the uptrend. Maybe if we take a look at the 1 minute, I'll argue we broke the downtrend. We took out these highs. Right, we took out these highs. See if we can get that bounce off that 590. Okay, no price action combination, no trade. If we can wick back above it, see if I can take that 590 bounce here. Okay, filled. Okay, let's see if we can push away. The fills and everything hasn't been the best today. I like how the VIX is dumping. We're directional on the hourly. Hold above that 590 will be favorable. Right, see if we can hold above that 590. Retest of the 590. I don't like the way the contracts are moving at all today. We need some, that's why we need some IV. Or we need some range. We do have IV actually, but we're not moving in a big enough range. We're moving 42 cents per 5-minute candle. So if you're looking for the double-digit gains today, there are few far in between. I want to stay above 590 now, start making a decisive move away from it. If we can push it to that 590.24, that would be great. 24% runway. We're up about 2-3%. Again, if you did take this, manage accordingly, take profits where you need to. $5.90 retest. I just want to hold above that 590. Hold above that 590 and start moving towards that 590.24. Again, the risk reward in this scenario is not worth it. Anyone else notice how contracts are not moving as nicely? So keep your risk tight. Keep your risk tight. So I want that 590 to be respected. It has the freedom to bounce here. The VIX is doing what it needs to do. All right. See, we get some follow through. Follow through, follow through, follow through. Okay. See if we get that push into those highs. Just took the 590 retest. Anyone take the 590 retest? Let me know in the chat if you took the 590 retest. I'll take a little bit off there at 3. If it shapes up, I can add to it. Right? I just want to be compensated for my time as I'm sitting in the position. Right? So down to runner, locked in at 3. If it continues, I'll just add. But I want them to compensate me for my time. Right? Think of it like work. You're a contractor. Okay, if you're just joining us, guys, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. If we break below that 590, we'll close this. If we continue to accelerate, take out those highs, that would be great. Just not liking the price action that we're seeing right now. It's midday. Have a great day, Slayer. Right, guys, if you're a little bit red on the day, again, these are tricky conditions. Don't push it. Don't push it too much. If you want to continue to trade, look for the best setups, right? And just size down. Size down and have very, very tight risk. I promise you this too shall pass. If you have tight risk, the frequency of the losses shall pass. Okay? Will just be a blip on the radar. But if you're taking significant losses, it's not going to pass. It's going to take longer to pass, I should say. Okay, still in this runner here. Locked in at 3. Okay, FOMC minutes at 2. I'm going to close that right there. I break even. All right, so able to extract 3 out of this. 3%. All right. Again, if it holds above that 590, still has room to go. If it starts picking up some speed, I can reassess, re-engage. But it looks like it wants to use. This is a third shift highs. Make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. We got 77 people joining us today. Right. If you're in the 590s, manage accordingly. Who's still in the 590 retest? Put in the chat if you took the 590 retest. Let me know in the chat. Okay, 590 retest. And if you're a first-time viewer, let me know what you typed to find us. All right. Let me know what you typed to find our channel. What are we looking at, JB? That trend line. Yeah, trend line. Had to sit through a little bit of drama there. So as long as it doesn't violate this 590, good chance of getting to that 590.44, right? And you want to take that retest in Discord? Can you send me the link, JB? So President is talking about TikTok. So let's see if we can get that. iTag live training went through some folks till I found someone that wasn't too loud on the mic. All right, glad you found us. SPY day trading, not live trading. That was a typo. So if you have the link to the President's remarks, see if I can find it on YouTube. Okay, I found it.
Every time a member...
Okay, I found it, guys.
President Trump answering some questions from reporters inside of the Oval Office, and that was after he, along with Attorney General Pam Bondi, swore in Jeanine Pirro to be the interim U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C. We're going to step away for a brief commercial.
Okay. No, I think he's done talking. $5.90 retest bounce. That was beautiful. Again, ATR 41 cents. So not really getting those movements. Not really getting. So the thing is this. This is how you play this. It's either you get further dated contracts, okay, or, all right, you sit through a lot of drama to get to point B from point A. So double-digit gains are few and far in between unless you're getting them at the extreme points. Okay? Again, if you're a first-time viewer, if you're just joining us, let us know where you're joining from. Type in the chat what city, what state, what country. We've got a diverse group of traders joining us from all over the world, so let us know where you're joining from. And kudos to everyone who's joining us from the West Coast. All my West Coast traders, right? You guys wake up super, super early to engage these markets. So this is usually where we end the show at 12:50, right? 1 o'clock p.m. We end the show. We go from 9 a.m. all the way to 12 p.m. California, we got West Coast, we got Hollywood, California, we got Richmond, Texas, we got Florida, San Jose, a lot of people in California. Orange County, California, wow. We got a lot of people from California in the chat. California love. So FOMC minutes, 2 p.m. We're going to go through that. All right. So the last two trades, after getting stopped out multiple times, right, the ideas did work out. So even this idea here, I would have to be very patient. I'd have to sit through. Look at what drama I have to sit through to get to where I am now. I have to sit through 41 minutes. 41 minutes on a 0 DTE is an eternity. Okay? So you're going to open yourself up to a lot of theta decay. Washington, D.C., Hawaii. Wow. What time is it in Hawaii? You really got to wake up early to catch the open. Break below 590. Nasty breakdown. Anyone catch that breakdown? Man, this is a nasty, nasty market. Nasty conditions here. You got to be taking profits, managing risk, or this thing just, wow, it's 6:30 a.m. It's 6:52 a.m. So you're 6 hours behind in Hawaii. So what time do you get up to trade the open? Wow, that's a real commitment. That's a real commitment. So shout out to the person in Hawaii. Who is it? Carleo. So we have nothing to complain about, guys. Everybody in the East Coast, we have nothing to complain about. Yeah, the bear flag. This one, that one, JB. We have nothing to complain about. We actually have a good. Nasty breakdown below that 590. Nasty breakdown. So whenever you see we're above a certain level and we can't really break away from it, right? Sometimes you get that feeling, right? And you can kind of like, okay, it only takes one tick up on the VIX for this thing to really break down or break out. If we take a look at the daily candle, this is where we are. This is the kind of action we're seeing throughout the day. So that cup and handle that we illustrated, that we laid out, let's see how it's progressing. Okay, it still has a ways to go, but it's making its strides. Look how ugly this action is. Outside of this stretch here, that nice downside slide. Okay. We haven't really had any participation group dictate the pace for more than 20 minutes. I mean, the bears had it for 15 minutes, and that was pretty much it. Now it's just basically tit for tat. Okay? It's like bulls throw a punch, bears throw a punch. So it's just point fighting right now, to use a fighting analogy. Tit for tat. It's a boring fight. Like a technical, boring fight. Okay, but we're starting to slide here. It is, guys. So please don't get caught up in this. What was the game plan this morning? Look, the note that I sent the members. Let's build on the positive momentum from yesterday and stay vigilant today. Don't let the big gains from yesterday throw you off your pivot. Ensure you take profits where needed, and manage risk accordingly. Okay, that's the mistake traders make. They have a good time. They have big profits. They come the next day. They come the following day. They come in. They open up their risk, open up their expectations, and get clobbered. Okay. So very, very important to always understand the conditions we're in. Four-hour looks ugly. Let's jump to the 4 hour. VIX is starting to wake up. Look at the 4 hour. Let's take a look at the 4 hour. Look at that, guys. Nasty, nasty, nasty. But where is this coming from? Where are we coming from? Look, if the bulls can't hold this 588.85, 89.25, okay, they're trying to step in here. On the hourly, they're trying to step in. They were able to recover pre-market lows. They were able to bounce off that 20. But this pressure that we saw, mind you, that's when our first setup came in. Our first setup came in when we were pushing into it. Okay, but we identified if this is going to be a double top this morning. I said, if you want to play the double top, if you want to go short, use further dated contracts for the double top to give yourself some time to play out, to give it some time to play out. right? So you did have to sit through a little bit of drama. Probably don't pay attention to the 1. Pay attention to the hourly 15 minimum the 5. I'll let it kind of do its thing. Right, so now we're just at a standstill. In relation to yesterday, we're basically near yesterday's. Let's expand this out, right? We're not near that 50% retrace yet. Okay, so we're just hanging out between that pre-market low and that daily upside breaker. So we're directional on the daily, okay? But think of the daily candle like this right now. If you were to picture the daily candle, this is yesterday's candle. Okay, this is the daily candle today. Okay, so we had some time above this. So we had some time here. We opened up here. We opened up there. After we opened up above yesterday's highs, now we're here, and then now we're kind of like wicking all the way back into those lows. If you think we're going to go 3 down, strat terminology. Okay, we need to address this 50% retrace. That's going to be the line in the sand. So really and truly, the only 2 trading levels you should be really engaged, taking setups off of right now is the PML and that daily upside breaker. So daily upside breaker breakdown, PML back to the other side. So FOMC minutes 2 o'clock. Okay, so the minutes will be released in about an hour. So again, if you're joining us, this is typically where we end the show. But since I said if we get 60 likes, we will stay until the FOMC minutes. We're able to achieve that goal, right? So we'll hang around for a little bit. How are we doing, guys? How are we doing, strikers? So up until this point, we closed out last shift. Last shift took 2 trades, stopped out on one worked in my favor. So again, make the assessment. Don't get lost in all this action. But you know, most of our work comes here, guys. Most of our work comes between first shift and second shift. So unless you have an edge trading here, just because I'm live, I don't want you to get into the habit of trading because I'm trading. Okay? Clock in your shift. All right? Once you clock in for that shift, you do your work. Once your work is finished, you clock out. All right? So make sure to keep that in mind, guys. Don't let me lure you into taking more opportunities. Stick to the plan, stick to the game plan. The one trade idea that did come in for today, right? That was one that was sent. That worked out. Second one, depending on your approach, right, did present an opportunity as well. Again, we're back in this range now. We're back in this range, and guess where the VIX is, guys? The VIX is back in that range again. So anytime we go outside of this range, that's when the move takes place. Anytime we gravitate back toward this range, that's when we start seeing some more choppiness. So this range can be equated to that 590 and that 589.48. So think of this range on the VIX here, right? Similar to the range on SPY here. Okay? That's a good way to think about it. All right, so that's the way to approach it. Again, guys, if you're on YouTube, this is usually the time we wrap up, and And we're back above that 590. More drama. More drama. Look at that. Look at that. Anyone take the 590 calls? If you're able to sit through this, which is, it looks bad from a technical standpoint, but from a point-to-point standpoint, it's like it's 36, 35, 38 cents. If you're able to sit through that 38 cents, right? You're able to sit through that drama. Then you're able to enjoy that. But again, we're pushing that VWAP. So this is the first time we're visiting VWAP 1 and VWAP 2 the entirety of the day. Okay, so if you're a VWAP trader, if you trade VWAP only, this is your time to shine. Okay, this is the time to put on your thinking cap and see what setup presents itself. If that's because I know some people who just trade the VWAP only, right? And guess what? You would not touch anything after that VWAP breakdown. There's nothing there for you to really touch. Okay, so VWAP 1 and VWAP 2 need to be addressed. My heart can't take this whiplash anymore. Let's just crash and be done with it. Yeah, this is taking you on an emotional roller coaster. An emotional roller coaster. All right, VWAP's right there, 590.41. We're above that 590 finally. We whipsawed in both directions, below it and above it. 2 scalping opportunities there. If we get above VWAP, so now you can start seeing, right? This low wasn't violated. This low was put in. The highs are higher than the previous highs. So now that divergence makes sense. Now the divergence makes sense. Right? Still forming that, basing out like a cup, basing out like a cup. You see that? Just comes into it like that and then back up. Like crowning. Like a moon. All right, so we're about an hour away from the FOMC minutes. We'll let that drop. In the meantime, guys, if you're a first-time viewer, make sure to subscribe, make sure to like if you haven't already, and make sure to join the Discord, okay? You get access to a ton of things, diverse community, focusing on profitability, weekly recap newsletter, automated technicals, ebook, everything you need. All right, everything you need. You name it, we got it. Okay, I'm building the most profitable. My goal is to have the most profitable community on YouTube and in the Discord. Leading with process over profits. Leading with education, right? And we have awesome, awesome traders in there. So you definitely want to collaborate with those traders as well. You made that, JB? That looks delicious. That looks delicious. Yeah, I figured that was Panda. Is that the spicy orange chicken? Or is that something else? Yeah, spicy orange chicken is on point. The what I actually like is the Beijing beef. The Beijing beef is pretty good too. I'm thinking that since we had 590.25 breach, we may head up to 590.75 order block. I'm also often wrong. It's possible. It's possible. Wheels, right? Worst case scenario, you're wrong, but No one knows. No one is 100% certain. So that's a legitimate thought to have. Right. You can thank me for his pie. It runs when I eat and feed my kids. You gotta let us know ahead of time. Give us like a 15 minute heads up. 15-minute heads up. And we'll try to get an indicator going. Retrace A, retrace B, retrace C. This looks interesting. So retrace A, that's basically coming into the golden pocket, right? Retrace B, that's a shallow retracement. Retrace C, super shallow. Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense. So my VWAP traders, it's your time to shine. What do we do here? Do I have any VWAP traders in the chat? Let me know. Let me know in the chat. Are you going long here or short? Okay. Put in the chat, bullish or bearish, for the next 30 minutes. So for the next 30 minutes until 1:30, where are we going to end up? Are we going to continue to go above VWAP, or are we going to reject our VWAP and continue to push lower? All right. Where's all my technicians? Put in the chat on YouTube. Are you bullish? Are you bearish? Long. So we got one bull. Just hypothetical. I'm not taking anything, right? Just to get a feel for the sentiment. So we got one long. Bull over VWAP. Okay, so does that mean if you close above VWAP, or do we break above VWAP? Long, I think. Test 590. Then we go up. So Holland is saying that we can potentially come into here and then go there. Okay, that's pretty good rationale, right? 590 retest, push back into VWAP. That's something that I would like. You can potentially capitalize on. If that does take place, you have that moving average, you have that key level, right? Two things converging. Anyone else? Long. Bob says long. So no one is short off VWAP. No bears. Thanks for sharing, Wheels. Thank you for sharing, sir. Value M Trader, what's up? How's it going? So the shorts are getting a lot of traction. So the shorts, right? Again, the people who subscribe, the people who are in the community, I say that this is our community. It's not just mine, it's ours. We're a collective. So I like to share some of the insights with the people here, because I know there are people who potentially want to make YouTube videos and are interested in YouTube. So this is also, you get to watch the channel grow from zero to wherever we get to. Okay, so to give you some context, I've been running these short stream, right? And we have about 561 people that stopped by on the shorts. Okay, about 8 people concurrent there. On the regular live, we had about 400 and some change people stop by. Average person watches slightly above 40 minutes, right? We're at about 62 people. So that's a really, really high retention rate. But on the shorts, the average person watches 2 minutes, right? You can see, because when you're consuming content in that way through a short, you're just looking for the next dopamine hit. Okay, a short quickly loses value after 30 seconds. You're just looking for the next hit. Right, so for the people who are watching on a desktop, or on a phone, or the full screen, right, they're staying for basically 2 sitcom episodes. Okay? And that's interesting to me. So more reach with the shorts, significantly less retention. Right? 1/5 of the retention in comparison to the regular stream. All right, VWAP. What do we got here? What do we got here? So if we're gonna run away from VWAP, we have room. We have room to run. If we're gonna run, we have room to run. But as soon as we get this 1888 on VIX, right? If VWAP is not above it, we get any kind of, if SPY is not above VWAP 1 and VWAP 2 that is, and we get any kind of reaction back to the upside, we go double bottom on VIX, we can potentially collapse here. So it needs to start moving here. And we're moving 40 cents per 5-minute candle. So that's that's terrible range. So for you to get a 40-cent move, you're going to have to wait 5 minutes. Minimum. Okay, you're going to have to wait 5 minutes minimum. Minimum. So FOMC minutes at 2 o'clock. So let me know, guys, in the Discord, on YouTube. So I'm not going to be taking any more trades up until this point. So let me know in the chat. Are you red? Are you green? How many trades did you take up until this point, right? I'll probably just be here answering questions, providing commentary, providing live commentary. So let me know. Unless we clean up, the likelihood of me pulling the trigger again, very unlikely. Yeah, I had some bad entries too. And some of them were avoidable. Red. So the objective is, guys, the way I work with the SPY strikers, the trajectory we try to put every trader on is conquer the week. Try to have a green week. Okay, we're gonna have green days, we're gonna have red days, we're gonna have red trades, but we have to try to put ourselves in the best position to be green on the week. And if we can do that, we have a good shot of putting back-to-back green weeks together and potentially getting 3 green weeks in a month. And then that turns into a green month. And that just trickles down, that trickles. Okay, so coming into June, this is the last week of May. Coming into June, guys. Okay, when does June start? What day does June start? Last May, the start of May was a little funky because it was in the middle of the week. Okay, so June kicks off on okay, so June kicks off on a Monday. So of course June 1st is a Sunday, so June kicks off nicely, lines up with a Monday. All right, so that's going to be a fresh month. I'm green, great job, Rick. Right, that's going to be a fresh month for you to capitalize on the market. All right, that's our goal. Was bad entries today, Wednesdays, man. I'm not trying to trading Wednesdays anymore. Yeah, you called it. You called it this morning. All right. So going into June, right? It's highly advised because again, a lot of you who tuned in today, you're gonna probably return tomorrow, and you're probably gonna be regular viewers. All right. The content we provide is top tier, right? Leading with education, demonstration, and just real-time interaction. There's no gatekeeping. Everything's out in the open. Okay, so going into June, you're gonna have to stick as close as possible as you can to the channel. If you're ready to really commit to the process, jump in the Discord, right? My goal is to make sure everybody in the Discord is green for June. By providing the resources, by providing the tools, by dedicating the time and the effort. So to cross everyone over into being green for June. All right. So in May, maybe it's a mixed bag. I have to get a feel for how everyone is doing on May, right? But just stacking that back-to-back weeks, back-to-back months, so on and so forth. B retraced, lowered my stop loss too much, got stopped out. Off of that at 590 wheels. Okay. So that's the objective. That's how we do it. There's a proven path for traders who are dedicated, committed to the process to unlock consistent profitability. And I'm holding your hand as you go down that journey. And we're doing it together with a bunch of other people. So you're not alone. Feeling breakout, fake out unless buy wants to high on the day bounce. VWAP, so it's above VWAP. So all my VWAP people going through the VWAP longs, we're above VWAP now. So doesn't this look like a cup handle now, or a cup now, right? We identified it all the way here before we even came into this level fully. Looks like a giant cup. Okay, so let's take a look at where we are. Zoom out. When in doubt, zoom out. Okay, so we're getting that friction up at the daily upside target. Right, that daily upside target, that's the one that's giving us a hard time. And if we kind of go here, right, if it goes here, if it gets above the VWAP, it has room into that daily upside breaker, 531.31. Okay. I don't understand why people here not clicking like, not easy, so easy. Respect the man's work. Appreciate it, Victor. I'm new and losing and learning. And broke. As long as you're learning, right? That's a temporary state. That's a temporary state. Okay, so yeah, you can like. Some people just don't like to hit the like button. Right. It's hard. Even me sometimes, like when I'm watching a YouTube video, I do like. Sometimes I watch things that just come up and I'm not subscribed, and I try to subscribe. Right. If I'm just watching something I'm not really committed to, but if it's something I'm committed to and it's something I'm watching all the time, I'm definitely subscribing. But if it's something I just drop by and don't really know what's going on, but got swayed by the thumbnail, right? Then it's like, hey, you know what? Okay. The likelihood of me subscribing, maybe is low, but if there's value there, I'm definitely going to smash that like button. Chop is keeping premium from expanding. Great observation, Bob. Also, on top of that, Bob, we have the ATR. The 5-minute ATR is too low. So for us to make a 38-cent move, it's taking us 5 minutes. So now take that 38 cents and equate it and calculate it to your delta. Right? So let's go back. So we know a dollar move on a 50 delta equals $50 increase on premium per contract. If we're making a 38-cent move on a 50 delta, what is the premium gain per contract? So it's basically, unless you're getting further data contracts and can sit through a lot of the stuff, these scalps are giving you single-digit returns. And those single-digit returns, since we're in a tight range, they're not equating to large dollar amounts. Okay, so the mistake traders make in this case is they use more size. Okay, so that takes experience. It's crazy how we're only $2 away from the bottom. Absolutely. So it seems like we're like far away from it, but we're just a drop away from the lows because we're moving. That's why price action is so deceiving. Like, you see the structure of the candles, you see how it's moving, but you're not really taking into account the velocity. I always say the velocity, the rate of the movement. How much is it moving? How fast is it moving? And the way I measure that is the ATR. Right? So sometimes the chart can be a little deceiving because you would think from here to here, oh wow, that's a great move. Okay? But that's a 40-cent move. Just tiring everyone out. Absolutely up. That cup and handle shaking out the weak bulls and the weak bears. Exactly. Okay, so make sure to like, guys. Make sure to subscribe. Hence my 2.8% return. Yeah, I had a 3% return here too. I'll take 3%. I'll take it. Why not? I don't discriminate. When it comes to green, I do not discriminate. Large returns, small returns, I'll take it. Yeah, but it's good to understand those things and the dynamics behind the contracts. All right, so there's a video on the channel. If you go to the channel, there's a video on the channel you can go check out that really breaks down options, right? 15-minute video. Really gets into the nuance of the delta, the vega, the IV, all the stuff you need to know. Okay, so you need to go watch this. Okay, if you're not familiar with those terms, I mean, granted, am I checking the delta and the vega and the IV every time before I take a position? No. But overall, it's good to understand what those things signify, what IV signifies, what spread signifies, because that's the condition, that's the environment those contracts reside in. All right, so very important to understand those things. All right, this is it's a slugfest. It's a slugfest. It's a 5-round, it's a 12-round. If I'm using a boxing analogy, this is a 12-round split decision fight. That's what it's looking like. 12-round split decision fight. And the bears, so the red corner, using the boxing analogy, is slightly up on the scorecard. Do we have any boxing fans in the chat? Okay. All right, so don't fall for this. Okay, we have this upward compression, first touch, second touch, third touch, fourth touch, 590 breakdown, VIX bounce, failed at VWAP 1 and VWAP 2. All right. Could be getting interesting here. Into the PML. Okay, if we can slice right through that 590. Super ugly, guys. Super, super ugly. If we slice through that 590, I can play out along with that double bottom on the VIX. So FOMC minutes, we got 30 minutes until the FOMC minutes drops. Let's see how we feel about that 590. The last time we encountered that 590, right, it was a mixed bag. We respected it when we were above it. We sliced right through it. We got back above it. We continue to accelerate. All right, let's see who can dictate the pace. Whenever price action does that to a key level, it doesn't show much respect to it, right? Take it for what it is. If someone shows you who they are, believe them. If price action shows us what it feels about a certain key level, and kind of gets above it, gets below it, gets above it, gets below it, gets above it, gets below it, it's hit or miss, unless you have an additional layer of confluence. So it can go in either direction. You use the price action, and use maybe another instrument. Okay. So we're about to head into. So, third shift just took one trade. So do your assessment, guys. If you took a trade during fourth shift, so that's probably the very rare do I take a trade here on live on fourth shift. But it was a small little gain. Gain nonetheless. A gain nonetheless. So NVIDIA earnings, guys, NVIDIA earnings, 5 p.m. Make sure to tune into that. Go to the channel, right? Go to live. NVIDIA earnings, turn your notifications on. And go to the playlist, guys. All right? If you want to listen to the previous earnings calls are critical. All right? We'll look at all the earnings calls. I have an earnings library of all the critical names, going back all the way to 2024 Q3 of Apple. Okay, so we have a library going. It's hard to find these online today. I mean, they usually leave their quarterly reports for about a quarter, but once it's gone, it's gone. So we have that. It's an archive. Okay, as well as FOMC. So look at that VWAP. Okay, VWAP. We're aggressive. We're rejecting out the VWAP. If we break below that 590. We got a little tick on the VIX back the upside. If you want to put a 30 cent risk into PML, we have swing lows here. All right, that's how it looks. 590 break and hold, 590 retrace reject. Right? If we fail this, we just break down from this support. If the support breaks down, break down through 590. Yeah, so I'll put. Yeah, basically I put. So red is a risk, green is a reward. Again, guys, keep in mind, YouTube has a 40 second delay. Okay, if you're gonna bypass the delay, we're also live on Google Meets and in the Discord. See if you get a nice, so we're going double bottom on the VIX. See if I can front run that a little bit. All right, a lot of front running here. Okay, see if we get a slice right through that 590. Okay, in position here. Okay, see if we get some follow through. Some follow through will be great. In the position, using smaller size. See if we get a close below that 590. I like how the VIX is starting to go double bottom, starting to bounce off those lows. Want some follow through here, that would be great. Okay, let's see if we can accelerate here. Up 3. I'll use that 590.14, 590.17 as my risk. See if we get some follow through. A nice slide. Okay, there we go. Let's start rocking and rolling. Okay, I'm gonna take some off right there. All right, locked in at 7, down to runner. Okay, so we continue to push lower. Has room into that 565, 89.67. All right, nice little easy setup right there, 7%. If we reclaim it, I'll get stopped out on that runner. Okay. Who took that? This is basically using the fuel from that view out projection and this support break. All right, already booked some profit, 7% in down to a runner. I want that runner to stay below 590. Okay, preferably retrace reject potential there as well. Basically predicated on what the VIX is doing off that double bottom. Okay, let's see if we get that follow through. If we don't get the follow through, based on our previous interaction with that 590, we get above it, we get below it, we get above it, then I'll just close this runner here. Okay, so we do have some liquidity down at this 589.64. Okay, see if they want to come into those and entertain those. We are inside on this hourly right here. We're inside the previous hour's range. That's shift 3's lows. Okay, let's see if we get some follow through here. Okay, up 6. Anyone take those puts? Beautiful. But look at the dollars. Look at the dollar amount not moving. Okay, so don't focus on the dollar amount. Focus on the percentage and the process. All right, percentage. Up 7. Who's in that? Look at that, guys. Beautiful dump there. Okay, let's get the follow through. I'll cut it right there at 9. Okay. Cut it right there at 9. There we go. $sign in the chat if you took that. Quick scalp. All right, make sure you're taking those profits, all right? If you don't take those profits, the market will. Booked 18% on the put. Great job. How good looking, team? And a small call. So again, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. If you're still in runners, you have room into that 589.67. You can use that 590 as your line in the sand. All right? You can use the 590 as your line in the sand. was able to squeeze high single digits. It's rinse and repeat, guys. Rinse and repeat. Anyone in those puts? Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Let's get 70 likes. When you go back and watch this episode, there's a setup right there for you to create. Okay? Psychological level along with something I just mentioned. Okay? I want you to go back. Go back to these episodes and see how these things play out. If you can piece those things together, you can find high probability setups. Okay? Who's still in the runners? Anyone in those runners? Let's get 80 likes. Okay, we're starting to accelerate on the level 2 and the time and sale. Okay. Nice breakdown there. Trade idea is still working out there. Strikers, anyone take that? I know most of you don't trade after 1 o'clock, right? But that breakdown was there for the taking. So we have room into third shift lows. That's when things start getting dicey. That's where liquidity lies. There's two ways to approach it. Okay? This can be a liquidity grab and turn into a feeder bounce. I refer to it as a feeder bounce because it bounces into a level to break down more. So it's basically trapping the bulls and feeding the bears, right? Or it can turn into a complete breakdown. In this kind of condition where we're moving side to side, where we're having this kind of price action, what tends to happen is we grab the liquidity here. And once we grab that liquidity, right, we trap all those bears and take it back to the upside. Okay? So there are plenty of take profit opportunities on this setup. Should be double digits by now, over double digits, maybe 10, 15, depending on where you entered. Right? So make sure you're taking profits. Are you planning to hop in a call at any entry? No, not right now. No calls right now. Who took the puts here? If you took the puts there, $sign in the chat. If you're taking calls, put calls in the chat. Let me go check on NVIDIA. How's NVIDIA doing? Okay, NVIDIA's starting to pick up. Look at NVIDIA, guys. NVIDIA starting to pick up. One area of concern for NVIDIA. Okay, this zone up here. Our previous interactions haven't went as well. If you're trading NVIDIA, you should be aware of the zone. If you don't have this zone marked on your NVIDIA, I don't know what you're looking at. Okay, it's very, very clear to see, depending on how wide you want to make it. Okay, it just stands out. So that clearly tells us, hey, you know what? We're going to continue to reject off of this unless more buyers step in here than more sellers stepped in previously. If that occurs, this can present an opportunity of a nice breakout. $2 p.m. Put and call is a good play. Elaborate for me, Victor. All right, if you explain a little bit more, I can understand what you're saying. 2 p.m. A call and a put. You're talking about a straddle strangle. I mean, just even though we had this nice little action here, the price action is still ugly. That doesn't take away from the fact that we're moving very slow. Okay? It still doesn't take away from the fact that we're only trading 37 cents, even in a tighter range. Okay, just because you catch a setup when price action is ugly, you catch a setup that works in your favor. It doesn't mean anything changed. The conditions are still the same. Thank you and have a good break. Okay, who's still in puts? Oh, great job, JB. Great job. All right. In this kind of environment, it tests your patience so much. It swings you left and right that you're not holding long enough, you're holding too long. It's just a litany of things that take place. You want to take this thing to the floor. I can't. That's not a unrealistic expectation, especially after that 590 break. Look at that, guys. Where did the idea come in? Here. Exit from calls with a loss. Great job managing risk. If we fall below 589.48, same thing we look for here, we're going to look for there. All right. But please, 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 whatever you do, don't chase. This right here is for the people that are already made the decision up here. This is not for the people to make the decision down here. If anything, I'll do the opposite and get stopped out. View up rejection so strong on downtrends. Yep. Look at that. View up 2, view up 1. So all those view up people going long on view up, not taking profit, you get trapped up here. Okay, you get trapped up there. If you're not managing risk, it's either you have to cover or this thing drops you to the floor. Okay. So even though it's a trap, you still can navigate a trap. So what that means is if you're long here, you still can take profits, exit, and then let it break down. And if you're quick enough, flip your bias. So it came right to target from 590 all the way to 589.49. So 51 cent trade idea right there. Okay, right there for you to take advantage of. So 2 p.m. we're about 15 minutes, 16 minutes away from FOMC minutes. Nice bounce. Who's taking that bounce? Back to the upside. So remember earlier we said it's going to grab this third shift liquidity. Look at what it did. Back to the upside. Back to the upside. In a call. Great job, Venkat. Just manage accordingly. The question is this, the main question we got to answer here and address is this a relief bounce or is this an early sign of a reversal? Okay, is this a relief bounce? Is it a feeder bounce? Or is it an early sign of a reversal? Beautiful thing is all questions get answered over time. All right. Bounce. Who's in the bounce? Who took call out that bounce? So things are starting to clean up. All right. So now look, stopped out a bunch of times there. Right now, okay. Last 3 trades, taking profits, managing accordingly, and working out. All right. So it's just rinse and repeat. Just focus on the process. Take small losses. Take profits where you need to. Bounce and sideways till FOMC. Make sure to like, guys. Make sure to subscribe. And make sure to click the link in the description. Click the link in the chat, smartaction.com, to join the Discord. Go to the community tab, click join, sends you to this page, and boom, 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 boom. You get access, all right? You get access to all the resources you need. Access. 2 months from now, when it's the end of June, when it's July, right? You can't say that, hey, you know what? You didn't look out. You didn't try to help us. Okay? Originally, where I was going to do the Discord is one-time payment. Okay? One-time payment. But people asked me, and I rededicated to trying to build the community and cultivating the community. I can keep this information to myself, but it doesn't do anything. Right? So it's better to have a community, you know, lay the foundation for a strong community, help others, have key players in your community, have pillars of that community, and then build on top of that. All right. Quality over quantity. Sideways until FOMC bounce. If you took that bounce, that was there. First time, it won't be the last. Enjoy your insight and the community. Yep, absolutely, guys. Again, if you're on YouTube, there's a delay, 30-second delay. There's ads. Okay, so this is just educational purposes. Don't take every trade idea I take. Don't try to follow me into any trades. You're behind. 30 seconds is a big difference in scalping. So if you want the real time, that's available for less than $2 a day. Right, when you join the community. SPY strikers. One ticker, 1 hour, one consistent result. Okay, this thing has some steam. If the VIX can start pushing back lower, this thing has potential. This has potential. This has potential. So if you just joined the Discord, I'm seeing some of you are joining, right? As soon as you pop up here, I'm gonna give you access to it, okay? So this is the last week. Every month the price goes up. We started at $24.99. We're gonna go to $34. You do the math. What do you think is gonna happen next month? Okay, new features are coming in. I'm doing my due diligence prior to potentially adding futures into it, right? Depending on how the community feels. If there's an opportunity there we can take advantage of, why not? Why not? Okay, why not? And we can layer it into our things and not disrupt the flow of what we usually do. The people who have SPY strikers who are involved, no matter what happens, what gets added, you're involved. Anyone coming in when all these features are added, right, you have to pay. Because this information, guys, if applied correctly, is life-changing. Right? I don't gotta go down the line of telling you, hey, trading is this, time freedom and this and this. We don't need to talk about all that. You're not gonna get time freedom. You're not gonna get all the things you desire and all the cool things trading provides if you don't have a process. Okay? That's a pipe dream. That's marketing. All right? The way we do things here is process over profits. We focus on the process. The profits will take care of itself. We commit to the journey. We rinse and repeat. We refine. We get better. We adapt, and eventually we start dominating. Okay? And then those things have a chance of being a reality. Because some people's reality is not material stuff. Okay? Some people just want to have the time to themselves. And I truly believe that everyone has a calling on this earth, and they're meant to do something. And there's a good chance that a majority of people are not doing the thing they're supposed to be doing because of responsibilities, because there's not enough time in the day, other commitments. So this is your shot. If you can learn this tool, you have a chance to buy back your time. You have a chance. I'm not guaranteeing it's going to happen, but you have a chance. There's nothing else that's going to give you this opportunity. So it's worth learning. Okay? It's worth learning. Always ask yourself this, guys. What's the alternative? That's always a framework. I always like to look at things and everything I do. If I don't do this, what is the alternative? Right? I mean, what is the alternative? That's for you to answer. Right? Okay, so understand that, guys. Understand that. Okay, that's what we focus on. Price over profits. Okay, welcome aboard, my friend. Let me give you a SPY Striker Premium. Refresh, and you're in. Okay, so make sure to take advantage, guys. Make sure to take advantage. And once you do join, if you feel comfortable, right, go through the introductions. Feel free to introduce yourself, a little backstory about yourself. Get familiar with the members. Pre-market game plan every morning. I send out a pre-market game plan, going over the things that I do see that can potentially take place. It's a thorough. I try to make it non-biased as possible and informative as possible. Don't make it too long. Don't make it too short. Get straight to the point. Right after that, post-market recap. Every day at the close, I post this to give you a recap of what took place across the market. And the live trading is right here. So we have some people joining us on Google Meets for the real-time stream, no delay. May alerts are sent out here, 1 to 3 alerts every day. And the main chat, right? The main chat is here. Okay? And every month we get a new chat. The chat will be archived. All right? So May's chat has been awesome. All right? May's chat has been awesome. First time here, but won't be my last. Yeah, absolutely. So again, guys, if you're a first-time viewer, the standard protocol is this. Watch for a little bit. Watch for a little bit. Get a feel for how we do things. Watch a couple episodes. Go back and watch some of the older videos, whatever it is. And immerse yourself in the content. Once you feel comfortable, once you feel ready to commit, right? It's not even a commitment, guys. It's $30, right? Join the community. The longer you wait, the more you're delaying your own path. Okay? So very important to do that. So take action. Take action. In June, prices will go up. So great job on the people who took action last month in April. Right? I think a good chunk of people who are in the Discord, they joined in April. Right? So they probably covered their yearly fee, and they're in there for free to get to interact with the members and take advantage. In the Discord, what are your thoughts on if we add futures, potentially add futures into the fold? All right, let me know what your thoughts are. Okay. Does that sound interesting to you? Right? Into the fold. If we add futures into the fold, into our regularly scheduled program, and again, all it takes is having another window right here. Right, we're going to trade our options. We're going to trade futures as well. I think we have a futures trader in there as well. I think it's Richie. Right, Richie trades ES. You have to be willing to believe in your plan. I got in the 590 before the close of 592. Green, great job, Rick. What software are you using? Looks interesting. I am using TradingView. TradingView. The best. This is the best charting software out there. Okay? And if you guys use the orb, I have an indicator. Okay? Indicators called Custom Opening Range Orb Indicator by Smart Action Trader. All right? So my custom indicator is also available. So 2 p.m., 3 minutes away, FOMC minutes. Let's see the FOMC minutes dance. FOMC minutes dance. Let's get 80 likes, guys. Let's push the likes to 80. The more likes, the more the algo pushes the video. All right. You should be in. Okay. The protocol is this: if it's your first time, first day, if your first day of the Discord, right? Mark that day as your first day. From that point on, okay, whatever happened before, good or bad, use that as experiences to build on. Okay, there's a couple of things you might have to unlearn. Before you can learn anything new, there's a couple of things, a couple of mindset things you might have to unlearn. Okay? And if you just commit to the process of taking profits, cutting trades, being a good loser, all the things I preach, and the community follows, you'll be in good shape. The objective now becomes today's Wednesday, by next Wednesday or next Friday, to get you as close as possible to being green on the week, to get the first green week. Okay, that's the process. So if you guys see what I see, I think we all see this. Okay, off of that 50, came back to that 590, rejection off that 590. FOMC minutes in 1 minute. Bullish or bearish, guys? Bullish or bearish? So this is a little different than the FOMC press conference. Right. Well, let's see if I can find the minutes. Yeah, okay, FOMC minutes. Okay, we're starting to speed up. No, not yet. So 2 o'clock. So FOMC minutes, 2 o'clock. All right, let's see what takes place. Anyone bullish, bearish? Let me know in the chat. See if I can find the minutes. My trading view looks completely different. And also, if you're in the Discord, you get access to my super charts. Super charts, awesome feature. So whenever you pull up super charts, all the drawings you see on my chart get reflected on your chart. So automated technicals. Okay? So you get access to this chart. Any annotations I make, you have access to. All right? That's available. Okay, 590 once again. $5.90 once again. Look at that daily candle, including pre-market data. Essentially a doji leading towards being a hammer or a shooter, inverted hammer or a shooter. By the way, I'm in California now, not Hawaii. Okay, cool. First time here, exit 2 call 590 from the little dump earlier. Great job, Giovanni. Richard, what is the time frame of your chart? On the left, 1 minute. Richard, Carlos, by the way, I'm from California. Okay, yeah, you're the one who said Hawaii, right? Or Carlio. Okay, cool. So a lot of West Coast people. A lot of West Coast people. I think I have more West Coast people. So majority of the people are from California. So West Coast. Right, a couple of states in the West Coast. A lot of people from Texas and Florida. Right. Okay, 590. Back above the 590. Let's see if we can start rocking and rolling. NVIDIA's starting to pick up some steam too. Paying attention to NVIDIA above that zone. FOMC minutes. Let me see if I can find FOMC minutes. See if I can unpack it. Latest release. Okay, 590. We're above that 590. VIX is starting to break down. Retest of that 590 can come into play. If you're playing VWAP, another opportunity is coming up above that VWAP. See if we can get above that VWAP for the first time. We have not been able to get any buying activity above that VWAP. So we were able to spend some time above it for a short-lived period. Quickly gave it up. Okay, let's see if that continues to hold true. We have session highs up here, which is third shift session highs. We're in fourth shift currently. So as soon as FOMC minutes drop, we're starting to pick up some steam above that 590. Once we came here, bounce off that 589.46. No coincidence. We grabbed that liquidity. Once we grabbed that liquidity, we rode that thing to the downside. Right. Nice little scalp there. Came into this level here, bounced off that level. Now it's trying to get back above that VWAP. Okay, so our most recent encounter, we got into it. We went doji. After that doji, we went 2 down. Okay, so 2 reversal back to the downside. Strat terminology. On the 1 minute, we came into VWAP 1. We broke above it, spent some time above it, got below it, and never came back into it. Okay, so that's how it's been playing out so far. So now, what am I looking for here? So if price wants to grab 590.61, we've got some liquidity up there. After grabbing shift lows, it could potentially going 3 up. Right, the best way to approach it is that 9 and that 590. Okay, that's the only way I can really think of to get that entry. I don't want to pay for it here too pricey. So if we can pull back slightly, potentially come with that 590 or that 590.10, right? Possible bounce off of that can potentially present an opportunity. Okay. See if I can take that bounce right there. No, not the put. Cancel that order. Okay, I'm going to take the calls. Okay, I'm going to take the 590 calls. Okay, I got a late entry on the 590 calls. Accidentally took the puts, closed the puts. Right, I want to get an entry here. So, paid the price, didn't get the best entry. I like how the VIX is dumping. Right, so now I want that 590. Hold above that 590. Hold above that 590. If we slice through that 590, break below it. See if buyers can step in here. Down 4%, 5%. And this would be the last. We'll wrap up at 2:30. 2:30, we'll wrap up the episode, guys. All right. We've been going for quite some time. And we have the NVIDIA stream. Okay, let's see if we get this little relief bounce. 590. I want price to stay above that 589.54. I'm going to close it right there. Okay, 7%. If we can get back above that 590, I can re-entertain it. The reason why I liked it is because the VIX is breaking down here. Right. but don't want to be involved in a over aggressive reaction. If we can get back above the 590, can re-engage. See if I can re-engage there. After getting stopped out. Okay. So last attempt here, guys. Last attempt. Last trade. If you held the 590 through it, we probably sat through a little bit of drawdown. If you had a better entry, you probably could have done that. But in my case, I don't want price to continue to collapse. Okay, so back in after getting stopped out at 7. See if we can get some momentum above it. Okay, let's see if we can go 2 down, 2 up, and push away from that 590. I'll give it a 5 to 7% leash as far as percentage is concerned, and I'll use that 20 as my trailing stop, 589.95. VIX has room to go dump here, so in this case, I don't want it to go triple bottom. I want it to slice right through that level. All right. Quick question: what do you do when the tax man comes? Pay taxes? I do what you're supposed to do. Up 5%, 6%. You can't avoid taxes, guys. So I mean, whether you work for yourself, whether you work for someone else, whatever you do, you're gonna have to pay. Uncle Sam has to get his cut. All right. Okay, we did see 4 or 5%. I want to see if we get a hold above that 590, up 2%. Again, manage accordingly, take profits where you need to. Again, I'm using less size, trying to really scalp here, scalp there, right? Not taking anything above 10%. Uncle Sam always gets his. All right, still in the position here. See if we can kind of break away from it. If we can break away from it, that's great. The one thing I don't want to transpire is I don't want the VIX to start spiking now. Okay, up 5. See if we get that for some follow through. Okay, continue to push. Let's see if we can continue to push. I'm gonna take some off right there at 8. Okay, feel that 10. All right. So locked in at 10 right there. I'm down to a runner. Down to a runner. Finally. Okay, let's go. Up 13. VWAP is in the way. We need to clear VWAP. Can we clear VWAP? If you didn't take profits yet, please take profits. Manage accordingly, okay? Do what you need to do, but just be aware VWAP is there. Up 13. They're making us earn this 13. Earn this 13. If we can break above it, this thing can accelerate to the upside. That would be great. Already locked in at 10. Down to runner, up 10. See if we can get above that VWAP. So now the way I approach this VWAP break is already being positioned. Preferably, I don't like to play VWAP break. That's not my style. Unless I'm in position, I can use the VWAP. Unless I use the VWAP along with a key level, that's not really something I find sustained success in. Okay, so if we break the VWAP, we have room into this shift 3's highs. Shift 3's highs. Finally, a double-digit gain. All right. So we stayed persistent. Kept shooting our shot, managing trades. Okay. A little excessive on the trade volume. Right. As far as I like, but just managing the trades and just trying to let the trades work. Okay. Up 12. I want price to stay above that VWAP. Okay, see if we can get above it. See if you get a close above that VWAP. See if buyers can step in. If level 2 and time and sale gonna start accelerating, and VIX slice right through that 1983. We have room into that 590.61. Okay, up 13. Take profits where you need to. How are we looking, guys? Anyone take that? Okay. Good job, guys. Yep. Thank you, JB. Okay. Who says we hold above VWAP up 15? I'd like it to hold above VWAP. We're up 15%. See if we can get some follow through here. Follow through. If we get some follow through, I'm going to use that VWAP as my stop loss. My trailing stop up 16. I'm going to cut it right here. Okay, fill that 13. Okay, there we go. So that was the first double digit trade. Okay, first double digit trade since first shift. If you're still in it, manage accordingly. In a small call, great job, Vinkat. Who's still in that? Uncle Sam always gets his. I don't anything, but I am call for now. Call for me, okay? Manage accordingly, guys. All right, so we're at VWAP. So we're gonna get some sort of contention there. Okay, so ton of trades, high on the trade end. Small green. But mostly was basically giving back what I made here and just getting stopped out. But if I were using the same amount of size I was using here, this would easily be small red. Okay. All right. So it's been a wild day. The reason why I don't go all day on the stream is because I don't want people to start over trading. Okay. I don't want people to start over trading and start following me into trades and try to start doing all these different things. If you are an experienced trader, if you've been trading for some time, you have protocols in place, you can literally scalp this thing all day. Right? Keeping risk tight, looking for the best opportunities, putting risk on, managing risk, and proceeding accordingly. I'm pretty much break even on the day. Great job. Break even on a day like this is a win. How are we looking, guys? We're gonna end it here. We're gonna end it in 10 minutes. Okay, we usually go until 1 p.m., but you guys hit the target. One of our members asked if I can go into FOMC minutes. We did. You guys gave 70 likes, 60 likes. That was the goal. You guys did that. So I held my end of the bargain and gave you guys 2 trade ideas that both worked out, right? Both double-digit gains after the conclusion of the show. So make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and make sure to join the Discord. Link is in the description to join. smartactiontrading.com, right? Bookmark this site. Great source for news, great source for economic calendar. And also, guys, I have a wiki here. Okay? It's almost like a dictionary, a glossary. So if there's any terms you want to look up, any terms you want to get familiar with, go through that for reference. Hit the community tab if you want to join the Spy Strikers team. Okay, you get access to all the resources and features of the community. Okay. If you want to book a call, that's also available as well. I introduced that this week. Okay, so we're getting some people booking some calls. If you want to book a call, you need that private time to go over a strategy, go over a game plan, go over whatever it is, right? You can book a call. Okay, and I can put together, craft a personalized plan for you to really unlock domination, whether it's focusing on just guidance, chart review, developing a strategy, feedback, platform setup, support, whatever it is, all right, available. The less than the contract, all right? So when you do book a call, I take the time to understand what your problem is, and I'll give you the solution, right? Or I'll point you to the solution, okay? That's the objective. All right, guys, so make sure you take advantage of those services. Spy Strikers community price will go up on June 1st, so basically next week. Prices are going to go up, $34.99 a month. Take advantage of that. And we'll see you guys at 4 p.m. 4 p.m. Eastern, we have the NVIDIA earnings call. That's going to be awesome as well. Okay, so to recap, we took a handful of trades. We can actually recap what took place as far as the technical is concerned. So pretty much what took place today, key levels, textbook levels, we came with that 592.58. Is there a surprise that we pushed into here? For Spy Strikers, there's no surprise, right? We're not surprised why we decided to do this here. The only question that we ask ourselves now is, what could I have done better to put myself in a position to capitalize off of this? Okay, we have a mechanism. The opportunity was there. Okay, so we get above pre-market high, we take advantage of the pre-market low. That should be PMH, not pre-market low. Not pre-market low. We get above pre-market high. Once we get above pre-market high, we take that. Remember, we took that. That was the first trade. That seems like it was a year ago, but it was. We were there. We were there for that. We caught that, and we right away friction. Why? Dead upside target. Dead upside target. 592.58 comes into a hard stop and then dumps. It dumps. Where does it dump into? 589.48. What is that? PML. And then ever since then, it's been trying to reclaim 590 and reclaim VWAP 1, VWAP 2, and stay above ground, stay above that 589.48. That's basically what it's been. So the battleground for a better half of the entirety of the day is between VWAP, between VWAP, below VWAP, and that 586, 589.46 pre-market low. So look, importance of taking profit. All right. That's the importance of taking profit. Okay. So look at that dump. Nice rejection. So rejection off the VWAP, any VWAP reject traders, you're on the money today. Today's your day to shine. Okay. Why did I take profits here? Because we're at VWAP. All right, so thank you for tuning in, guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 9 a.m. If you enjoyed this stream, make sure to like, make sure to share, make sure to subscribe. All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow at 9 a.m. bright and early for episode 58 or episode 57 and 4 p.m. NVIDIA earnings call. Today, 4 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Eastern, NVIDIA earnings call. That's going to have a pretty significant impact on the market, so you definitely don't want to miss that, okay? So thank you for tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day, and God bless each one of you.